And we live.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, here we are. So we're back again for the second round of election debates for the
This
UK
is a
Prime
good one,
Minister.
hopefully.
Well, for the
Last one
UK
was
government, sorry. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
last one, little dull. Didn't have the Riz Meisters up there.
Yeah.
But now we've got what everyone loves, which is more fringe political figures talking about their opinions.
Yeah, we
I'm
should.
keen.
Yeah, I'm very keen as well. It should be interesting to see what kind of arguments crop up between these lot. We've got the
Yeah,
famous, the infamous, you love him, you hate him, the Mr. Nigel Farage on the stage as well. So I'm very, very interested to see
that is going to be good.
how he
I
folds into
really
the
hope
mix.
he's learned and he just goes full Trump because he was going to help Trump out in America. He
Mm.
knows how it wins. I'm hoping this guy just goes and just goes wild on this stage.
Yeah, he's very good on the optics. He's very good at debate. He's very good at overtalking people and stuff like that. So I imagine he will make room for himself quite handily. I
Yeah.
mean, it's hard to say because we don't know if the moderators will be biased or not, or if they'll like cut him off and stuff.
I have a slight suspicion you might be onto something there, brother. I really
Yeah,
do.
yeah, it's hard to say with this kind of stuff, isn't it? But yeah, so yeah, everyone, if you didn't watch the debate yesterday, then obviously you can catch up with us this afternoon.
Yeah,
Uh,
join in.
this is the hangover cure that you've all been waiting for. So
Oh, bro, and
let's
I
get
need it.
straight into it. Can you hear that, by the way?
7 political
Yep.
parties,
Do I need to
7
turn this up a
leading
bit?
figures who believe they have the answers
That's
to
good.
the
That's
UK's
better.
future. Welcome to the BBC election debate.
Oh, and I will be checking the chat on my phone periodically, so if you do want to get in the chat, get in there, guys.
Oh, yeah, I'll do the same.
What a theme tune. Yeah!
This is pretty lit.
Let's go! G-Unit!
Good evening to all of you watching and to our live audience here in the BBC Radio Theatre at Broadcasting House in London. With less than 4 weeks to polling day, the parties with us tonight are here
4
because of their
weeks, man.
performance
Yeah, I
in
was
recent
just about to say, this
elections
is
and their
madness.
standing in
Insane.
opinion
I do think it's
polls.
kind of cool
The
how in the UK
invitation
you can
was
just
for
be like,
leaders,
all right,
leading
surprise,
figures to
motherfuckers.
take
Yeah,
part.
literally,
And
just
tonight,
call an election
the
whenever you
7
want.
debaters with
Fuck
us
it.
are for the Conservatives, Penny Mordaunt, the leader
Oh, right, so we haven't got Rishi up there.
from UK,
That is a
Nigel
good
Farage,
play.
Oh,
Labour's
shit, so who is she then? Is she deputy? Do we have deputy prime ministers? Is that a thing?
I have no idea.
Okay, and
Oh,
she's
they
for
fought
Labour,
out
is
the
she?
women.
Oh, is she
Damn.
shadow minister? Are these the shadow ministers, or whatever they call them?
I have no idea. I think they just realised that they need to get Richard Gere off the fucking cameras.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, bit stale.
deputy leader, Angela
Yeah,
Rayner,
deputy. Yeah, they're
Rena
deputies.
Bjorworth, the leader of Plaid Cymru, the party of Wales.
No way, they've got
Plaid
Plaid up
Cymru.
there. What the
Co-leader of
fuck?
the Green Party of England and Wales, the
Yes.
Liberal Democrats, deputy leader Daisy Cooper, and
Are they
the
literally-
Scottish National Party's Westminster leader Stephen Flynn.
Wow.
Wait, did they? I didn't see Farage there. Oh, he's on the side.
Oh, he
yeah.
was on there, but I muted it by mistake. I was trying to pause it. I muted it by
dramas.
mistake.
Now, the parties drew lots to decide their position on stage, and they stand before an audience who have been chosen by the pollsters Savanta. They come from many different backgrounds, reflecting voters from across Great Britain. They include supporters of the 7 parties represented here, as well as some undecided voters. They may come to this with strong views, or they may find themselves persuaded by something they hear from the stage. And the questions that you will hear in the next 90 minutes will come from the audience. The time will go fast. We need to make sure all 7 get their say, and there will be times that I move them on.
So I just want to say again that, like, in the ITV one and this one, it's almost like a planted audience. In that respect.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
they're kind of admitting to that. You know, they're trying to make it sound like they've made a fair audience, but I don't know how true it is because they've all saying that it's like hand selected and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, hand selecting can be the way to make it most fair, because otherwise you're just going to get a load of Londoners. But they've probably
Yeah,
got a few people in that like everyone, and this, that, and the other.
I will
We'll see.
say
We'll see.
I will say though that the audience does can't get my words out. Does look less stereotypical than the last one. In the ITV one, every single person that asked a question, they were almost
Yeah,
a subtle stereotype of the person asking that question. It was very
yeah.
bizarre. Like it was very strange.
With a student, with his like
Yeah,
student
with
tie
his little
on and
school tie
stuff.
on and stuff. Yeah, it was so stupid. And then the guy who asked about Israel Palestine was like some Asian guy from the Middle East. It's just like
Yeah,
it's just, and then the guy who was asking about immigration did look like a racist, and
yeah, yeah.
it was just like, come on, man, what is this? So stupid.
All a halt. Meanwhile, journalists and other representatives of the parties are gathered in our spin room where there
bet
will
his
be
mum's proud right
reaction
now.
to the
Spin
live
room.
debate.
You probably shouldn't call
And
it that.
so,
Yeah.
to the first.
Call
It's
it
like
spin
this is
room.
our propaganda
questions, and
room.
it comes
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Francis Gottesman.
Just the Ministry of Lies.
Yeah, literally.
As we celebrate D-Day and remember those like my
Wow,
father
there you go, straight
and
off the
so
bat.
many others who served this country so well, how will the parties ensure our army is ready and our country is safe from another major conflict?
Pause it there.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
We are actually buggered militarily. I found this out recently. We've been downgraded to barely even a tier 2 army. And the US doesn't think we can defend our own airspace, our allies, or our waters. So I think we're up shit's creek militarily. So I'm
Well,
interested in
yeah,
what you
that
say.
doesn't sound great, but I will say most European countries don't even have a military whatsoever. So
Fair play.
I
Wow.
think we're doing better than most, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's we could be doing a lot better in that regard.
Yeah,
So
it's just not a high priority for us. But at the
mm,
same time, that's kind of an optimism bias, particularly when we're being so like, we're pissing off Russia so much. The UK in particular is being a dick to Russia, and they have noticed.
yeah, I mean, I
I
can't
doubt.
imagine Britain. A lot of people like to downplay Britain on the global scale on global stage, but we're actually a fairly important player still in
Yeah,
terms of
it's
like
because we got the
intelligence.
financial capital of the world. Yeah,
Yeah, and also finance and trade. Um, like, we actually do a lot, and even militarily. I know what you just said about military, but so even though we do have a smaller military, they're very specialized.
yeah. I've
And
heard that actually our special forces are like elite, elite, elite.
yeah, yeah, 100%. And like our navy is also still pretty decent, all
Yeah.
things considered.
Um, I'm feeling pretty jingoist now. All right,
But
let's see what the guys say.
I do think it could be better. We could have more numbers and stuff like that, But
It's just none of us want to join. It's like here I
yeah.
am, like we need more military. They were like, "Do you want to sign up?" I'll be like, "Fuck that."
See, I would be happy with like some kind of, when Rishi was talking about national service. Number one, I think it's a little uninspired to just do a national service that just focuses on the military. I think you could do other
Do
stuff
we
with that.
know that it's just military?
I
Because
think
I
it
thought
is,
it
yeah.
might be like, helping out old people and stuff like that.
No,
Because that's cute. I like that.
I'm pretty sure it's just military, but
Mm,
I could be wrong, but I'm 90% sure it's just military. And
that's
it's also on
interesting.
a voluntary basis. So it's like
Oh, okay.
30.
Isn't it already on a voluntary
Yeah, yeah, I
basis?
know, and it's kind of a little stupid, but I don't know exactly how they're thinking this is all going to work, but
Well, I think in Finland they've got some pretty sick shit. They like give you an M16 and stuff, and then you get to keep it afterwards. If they were like,
yeah,
"We'll give you a gun and you can keep it," I'd sign up.
I think that's pretty cool. And also
It'd
just
be
the
badass.
idea of like maybe doing it a little bit like reserve army rather than being like you're going to be in the national we're going to do this national service, but then if you get called up, we're all on the front line. It's more like, no, we're training you at home and letting you like be almost like a reservist. So if there's ever like an invading force, we've just got like a standing kind of
Yeah.
army already, kind of a deal. It's almost a little bit
Um,
like Israel or something like that, I guess.
yeah, 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 yeah,
That
yeah,
that
yeah.
that would be that would be pretty decent, I think.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't completely hate it either. Like I think they could fine tune it. I think it could be a little bit more inspired, this idea. I think you could
Yeah.
move it to other places like the NHS and the civil services and the social services and stuff like that.
Yes, yes, yes. Can
But
you hear that, by the way? I've got my washing machine's kicking the
I
fuck
can
off.
hear it a little bit, but it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Mr. Gottesman. And let me turn first to...
But yeah, I'm interested to see what they've got to say about that, because considering where we are in the world right now in terms of, all the shit that's kicking off, I think a lot of people are worried about our position in the world and
Yeah,
how we will
I agree.
face rising tides when it comes to conflict. So, yeah, we'll
Lorena for
see.
Labour.
Thank you, Francis, and thank you to all those that have served in our armed forces and continue to do so in what is a very, insecure world at the moment. First of all, Labour's committed to the triple lock on nuclear deterrent, especially in the climate that we're in, which means we will...
What does that mean? Triple lock on nuclear deterrent?
I don't know what. Shall I turn it? Shall I have a little look?
Yeah, yeah, if you can. Triple lock on. That just sounds like some fucking Orwellian bullshit. Like, what do those words mean?
There's the triple lock. So we've got a continuous at sea deterrent, and right, reality check. Here's a triple lock on nuclear weapons. Right, so Starmer said there were 3 prongs to Labour's nuclear triple lock: maintaining Britain's continuous at sea deterrent 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, meaning there is always a nuclear armed sub at the water at any time,
Right.
building 4 new nuclear submarines, and delivering all the needed upgrades for the existing submarines in the future.
Right. Okay. So it's basically just
Having
reinforce
them, upgrading them,
and
a
keeping them
couple
on.
more of them.
Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right, sick.
Okay. We've actually got a chat in the chat. So they say national service was mainly voluntary work in community with 30% to military. This is how Tory started in 2010.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Yeah,
There you go.
for
I think it's what do you think, brother? Because if it's like, you gotta bring some shopping to an old lady and stuff. Um, I was I live in a small village, and I went to my village market today, and it was just the most intense British culture ever. It was a guy in a full Union Jack costume on
Whoa.
stilts, like
Whoa.
blowing. Yeah, 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 yeah.
That is some
And
full
then
on
there was just
patriotism.
literally like 15 stalls of 70-year-old women with jams and loads of signs saying, please bring back the jars if you can. And then and then like just people like selling their own homemade Scotch eggs and stuff like that. It was so good. And I was going around because my sister's just had a baby.
Oh.
So we were pramming around,
Mm.
and it was wholesome as hell, man. And that is kind of the Britain I love. I was looking around because I remember I can't remember if it was on Twitter or someone was slagging off British culture or saying we didn't have it. But I was looking around like, mate, this is lit. This is so cool. It's humble. It's low key, but it's just a nice environment, bro.
Yeah, it's just them chill, rural vibes, Like, yeah, I know exactly how I live in Wales, so like we have a lot of stuff like that around here as well. And I know what you mean. Like, if the national service was extended to just like community work and reinforcing things like that, helping
Yeah.
set up those kind of community vibes.
Even if it's litter picking, I'd be on board.
Yeah.
Because like there's big disparity. Like one of the villages over, they have a Facebook page that if there's cigarettes left on the high street, like someone smokes a cigarette and throws it, someone will take a picture of it and try and name and shame whoever the fuck did that. Like
Wow.
that's the culture of this town, and it is the most beautiful place in the world because everyone is a dick about everything, and it works.
I'm not
But
gonna
yeah,
lie,
like
I don't throw my cigarettes like that. And to be fair, I don't even really smoke cigarettes anymore. But
well, you got that disposable vape. They're going.
yeah,
Every
but that
single
goes
major
in the
party's
bin. You
like,
know
we
what I mean?
get
That
rid of
goes in the
those.
bin. I always put my shit in the bin. But I will say, I'm not gonna lie, I do hate brown noses like that. I think it's just
Bro.
a pet
Yeah,
peeve.
bro,
A pet peeve.
trust me. Because
But
half of the
I can
comments are
see the
people having a
upside.
go and being like, bro, just
I can see
relax.
the upside though. I can see the upside totally.
Yeah, I can see the upside. Like it is beautiful there, but also like there's a constant pressure in a way.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta be prim and proper and everything. Like,
Like what? Like one person came to like sell the big issue, and everyone was pissed off.
get him out of here.
What the fuck
Keep
is this
our
person
nuclear
doing?
deterrent, that we will make sure that the 4 submarines are built in Barrow, and that we will continue with the upgrades. We will have a commitment to the 2.5% spending of GDP, which obviously is very important.
Which is
And
like
I think one of the
£8.50
other
at this
things
point.
that is a real scandal at the moment is our armed forces and the accommodation that they're given. So we will look at that issue as well. We want to make sure that everyone has secure, decent homes in the UK.
Wait a
Daisy
minute.
Cooper.
What? That had nothing to do with like her mentioning homes. That had nothing to do with the question. Why did she just tack
Well, it's
that
the
on?
homes for veterans, or is it homes for current military personnel?
Oh, is that what she meant? Sorry, maybe I
Yeah.
misheard her. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
fair enough in that case. Yeah, all right.
Cooper for the Liberal Democrats.
Well, the Liberal Democrats are the party of Paddy Ashdown, so it won't surprise you to know that we take defence very seriously. So first of all, we would maintain the nuclear deterrent that we have. An absolute priority for us is reversing the cuts
Why
to our
don't I
troops
like
of
her?
10,000, which has happened under the
I
Conservative.
don't know why I don't like her.
We're gonna have a
She's annoying
conflict
me.
because as soon
You
as she
fancy
started
her?
speaking, I kind of liked her.
All right, okay, hold on. Go back. I'm going to go with a fresh mind.
No. You
I'm
don't
gonna
have to
get
like
my
her. We
misogyny
can
off
fight.
me.
We can fight about it. I don't mind.
Let me watch her
I'm looking
again.
at her. I'm going. She's a bit of a baddie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Okay, I need to get back involved.
Homes
Okay,
in the
go.
UK.
Daisy Cooper for the Liberal Democrats.
Well, the Liberal Democrats are the party of Paddy Ashdown, so it won't surprise you to know that we take defence very seriously. So first of all, we would maintain the nuclear deterrent that we have. An absolute priority for us is reversing the cuts to our troops of 10,000, which has happened under the Conservatives. We would increase spending on defence year on year in the next Parliament with the ambition of reaching 2.5% by the end of the next Parliament. Having decent homes for our veterans and for our armed forces is incredibly important. I'm very proud of the fact that it was a Liberal Democrat amendment that tried to make sure that that every single home met the decent home standard. It was only because this general election was called that particular piece of legislation fell, but it's a priority for us in the next Parliament.
Nigel Farage, Reform UK.
Well, Francis, you're right to ask the question. We're spending less on defence than we were in the last year of the Labour government. Pro rata, the army has shrunk from 100,000 to 72,000. Recruitment is catastrophic. So rather than having a weird concept of national service where 30,000 youngsters would do a year, we need to recruit 30,000 people into the army full time. And yes, the veterans point's been made already. Respect our veterans, including those with the average age of 100 who were deserted by the Prime Minister in Normandy yesterday, which I think was a complete and utter disgrace and shows us we actually have a very unpatriotic Prime Minister. It was dreadful.
What does he mean by that? I'm
I
not
don't
sure
know.
if I
What they
saw that.
deserted.
Because I know that
I'll
they
have a
did the D-Day remembrance thing, and there were some speeches and stuff. But I didn't actually see any of the speeches, so I don't understand what he's actually getting at there. So maybe I'm just out of the loop on this. Maybe one of the chatters will be able to fill us in. I'm not sure if anybody's still in
Furious
the chat.
turn on Rishi. Rishi Sunak provoked condemnation from a senior cabinet colleague and fury from Conservative grassroots after he was forced to apologise for shipping a key part of the D-Day commemorations, the biggest misstep yet of an already faltering election campaign. Skipping. Oh, he didn't go to the D-Day thing. Well, that ain't right.
Oh, but Donald Trump was there, right?
If Trump was there, that's your chance to meet Trump, Rishi. You gotta
Trump
go.
was there, but our own Prime Minister was not there.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's
That is wild.
crazy, man. What the fuck? Also, we've got some extra chats from Martin Scott. Happened to the big state voluntary force working in community. It fizzled out. So
about the,
I'm guessing he was talking
voluntary
about
service.
what we were talking about earlier. And then
It's
he
about
said
national
something about it's
service.
all spin. I don't know exactly what he's referring to there.
Probably
Unfortunately.
national service as well.
Yeah. But that was a pretty strong answer from Farage, I think. Probably one of the better answers. But he didn't really say what he was really going to do other than recruit more soldiers.
Yeah, well, which probably is the answer to the question. But I think that what he did hammer home on was patriotism, which I think is one of the main reasons why we're struggling to recruit soldiers, probably.
Yeah.
So
There's a
it's
lot of
probably-
apathy in the country and a lot of people basically, what's the word for it? Sorry, I just
They've
got
just got a
distracted.
nonchalant attitude.
Yeah, they're just like there's a lot of propaganda against the country.
Yeah. No one's willing to fight and die for British soil anymore.
Yeah, it's like people don't really care about their neighbors and stuff. You know, people some people don't even care about their own families and stuff, you know. So
Yeah,
it's very demoralizing, and
that's
so
a good
yeah,
word for it.
so
Yeah, yeah.
I think yeah, and I think there's a big issue where people don't really understand what British values are.
Mm.
This idea gets bandied about by people, British values, but nobody can really define it. But I'm going to tell
Yeah,
you, I know what they are. Okay, it's Enlightenment liberal values backed by Christian morals and principles, in conjunction with free markets, innovation, scientific discovery, and creative endeavors. You know, we're some of the
that's
most
pretty
creative
good.
people on the planet.
Yes, we are, bro. Our music is popping.
Not only that, our architecture, paint, our artwork, like poetry, literature,
Bro, you're getting me fired up. You are getting me fired up.
our philosophy, our philosophy of politics. Like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Britain and the British people throughout history have left a
Bunch of
humongous
legends.
legacy,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and it's
Want to see
now
what the Welsh have to say.
it's being kind of shat on by
Yeah,
this kind of like postmodern new wave generation from the past couple of generations.
yeah.
And now people have lost all that. They don't even understand where we've come from. You know what I mean? Like, we're the ones that championed even being able for working people to be able to vote and shit.
Yeah, Martin Scott saying, catch up, boys. Sorry, Martin. Sunak abandoned the ceremony early whilst other world leaders were there so that he could go to an ITN interview.
Wow.
Oh, Rishi, what you doing, mate? Absolute fuck up. All
Mate,
right, let's see what the Welsh
priorities, mate,
have to say.
priorities.
Penny Mordaunt, can you respond to that? Rishi Sunak leaving the D-Day commemorations before the end of the day?
What happened was completely wrong, and the Prime Minister has rightly apologised for that. Apologised to veterans, but also to all of us,
Now she's
because
a
he was
baddie.
representing all of us. I'm from Portsmouth. I've also been Defence Secretary, and my wish at the end of this week is that all of our veterans
I like
feel
her the most.
completely
She seems like she'd be
treasured.
unhappy with me.
And I'm hoping tonight to convince you of some things that are important to them, important to their legacy. And I
I'm
couldn't
also
do
interested
that
in
if
the
I wasn't
physics
straight
of
with
her
you
hair.
on that issue.
Yeah.
Would
I
you have
just
let
It's very Mattel. You know,
Yeah,
you know what
it
I
seems
mean? Like
like
Lego
there's
person hair.
yeah. But no, I think I'd take her over Lib Dems any day, bro.
Yeah, she's giving me very dominatrix vibes.
Yeah. Mind you, look at the way the Lib Dem is standing right now. She's got some cool trainers on. That's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
hip.
what I'm saying. I
That's
kind of
pretty
like
hip.
her.
I
She's
like
like,
that. Okay.
I feel like I could have a fruity cocktail with her after work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
want
would you have
to.
left D-Day early?
I didn't go to D-Day.
Whereas this woman, I feel like
What?
if I paid her enough,
She's
she'd
having
step on my
water. Yeah.
balls. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. She's stepping on your balls for free, bro.
I think what happened was very wrong. I think the Prime Minister has apologised for that. But what I also think is important is we honour their legacy. They fought for our freedom. Unless we are spending the right amount on defence, we can't honour that legacy. The baseline for our equipment programme is 2.5%. If you're not committed to spending that over the period it needs to be spent, you are not funding defence. And I have to just mention also,
Well, yeah, but you've got her answer to that, right? Because it's the Tory government that have decreased that expenditure, right? So they're acting like, oh, we've got to make it 2.5%. Well, why haven't you already made it that then?
Silence, Justin. It's silence. She has spoken. Okay, the Conservative Queen has put her foot down, and her word is law. Okay, if she says it will be 2.5, it will be 2.5. I believe her.
But it just sounds a little stupid coming from the party that has created the
Yeah.
situation that we're in. It's just like, come on, man, what the fuck?
cornerstone of
Someone
our
should say
defence is our nuclear
2.6% and
deterrent.
win the debate right
Someone
here
should
and
just
now.
say it's going to be 5. We're making it 5.
5%,
Fuck you all.
bitches.
And you need more than submarines, sailors, and warheads to deliver that. You need credibility. And it's too late for Labour on credibility.
She's storming. Do you not think she's absolutely
Angela Rayner
dominating right now?
voted recently, along with the guy that wants to be your foreign secretary and half the Labour front bench, to end our nuclear deterrent.
Angela's in shambles.
Yeah, she's
She just got
PMSing
mugged.
hard right now. But I will
she's
say,
been mugging.
because I'm getting into details, so I'm picking up on the fact that the Tories have got us in this situation, which means
Yeah.
that I'm picking at them. But in terms of the optics and how strong she's coming off, just in
Bro,
terms of
she's
what she's
strong.
saying,
I'm flustered, bro. I'm flustered.
I'm getting hot under the collar here.
Oh my days.
Yeah, no, in terms of how strong she seems, just like it, just taking away like the details of the situation, like just how she comes across is very strong. If
Yeah,
anything,
bro.
I would probably bench her as the. I would have. The
Hell
Tories
yeah.
would be in a better stead if she was the prime minister,
Yes,
going
yes.
for
I'm
prime
getting
minister
those
rather than
vibes.
Rishi.
He'd have no chance up against
Oh
this.
my god,
Absolutely.
yeah. Even just I've barely even seen anything of her, but even in just this moment, she has shown that she could be above and beyond Rishi in terms of her like presence.
Yeah.
It
Probably
speaks volumes.
literally taller than him as well.
Probably. Yeah. She's more intimidating, that's for sure.
Yeah, fucking right.
If
And
you're
Lorena,
doubting that they would use that force, and she might be prime minister in 4 or 5 years' time, if you are doubting that she or David Lammy or Keir Starmer would use that, imagine what Putin is thinking. Without credibility, we become a target. If we become a target, you are less safe. It's too late for this generation of Labour politicians. That credibility is shot. Do not
The
vote
daggers.
these people in.
and Lorena, would you like to
Oh my
respond to
Well,
that?
days.
Penny, you can keep pointing at me, but you're the party that have cut the armed forces, crashed the economy, and left us in a real mess. Keir has been absolutely clear. I am absolutely clear. We will keep our nuclear deterrent and we will invest in it into the future.
It doesn't matter
We
what
are
you're prepared to
absolutely
spend.
clear on that.
It doesn't
you
matter
can
how
tell
many
lies you
submarines
want.
you
Unfair.
stand next to and have your
On that.
photograph
Handbags
taken.
at dawn.
If your foe does not believe that you will use these weapons, the deterrent is gone.
Well,
And that's the position you're in.
Let
Serious
me-
stuff.
let-
This is what will
since the
happen
Tories have
if
been
you
in power,
elect
Penny,
these people.
we've become a laughing stock internationally because of your party. Keir Starmer
No, we
has
haven't.
changed the Labour Party. We're very clear on our number one priority is
You
to
do not-
protect our.
Let me bring in. Let me bring in some more.
Bring
let me
'em
bring
in.
some more parties.
Wow. Well, just to say on that exchange, it's so weird how it works because what this
Yeah.
woman from Labour is saying, I actually agree with. Like, I feel like her
100%,
point,
yeah.
her point is stronger.
Way stronger. And yet I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Because the way she's delivering it does not have the update. Like,
You
it's
get
very
mugged
weak how
by
she's
this
delivering it.
dominatrix.
Yeah, you can't beat the Dom energy.
You can't.
If you're not prepared to go
I'm
more
ready for
Dom,
national service right now. She's gonna turn up at my house and be like, if I can get to the army, I'll be like, yes, mummy.
get on all fours now because you're getting a spanking.
Yes, sorry.
On this question.
My brother was
credibility on
served in
this.
Iraq. I won't be lectured on whether or not I'm absolutely committed to
Well,
the security
it's
of our
surprising
country.
then you're not better informed.
The question, Mr. Gottesman's question was, how
Oh,
will the
Nigel's
parties
not
ensure
happy.
our army is ready and our country is safe from another major conflict? Carla Denyer, how would the Green Party ensure that?
Well, first of all, I want to say we all owe a huge debt to our veterans, those from D-Day and those from conflicts since. And it's a tragedy that so many veterans then often struggle in life. There's high rates of homelessness, and that's something that's a high priority.
Martin's
for
getting
myself
incredibly
and the
based
Greens
in the
to tackle.
chat.
In terms of defence more broadly, this election is about choosing what kind of country we
He
want
is
to be. And
getting
of
very
course,
based, actually.
part of that is security. We live in uncertain and dangerous
By the way, we
times
have
with
12
war
people in the chat. If you
on
want to get
our
involved in the
European
chat, get
borders
yourselves
and
in there.
major
We will
threats
be
from
corresponding with the
cyber
chat
attacks
as we
that
go
don't
through.
care about geographical boundaries. The threats should not be underestimated. But the biggest threat facing the UK and the world is climate change. And
Oh my
militaries,
God.
interestingly, are
Oh, big surprise. Green Party.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Talking about climate change when we're trying to talk about national defense and they're shoehorning in, like, could you not wait until that subject actually comes up? Like, come on, what the fuck? It's totally irrelevant.
taking this threat extremely seriously.
So in answer
because
to
they
the
know
question, in answer to the question, how would you ensure our army is ready? Do you not want to see the size of the army grow, and you do not want to see defence spending go up to 2.5% of GDP?
Well, let's look for a moment at why we're talking about that number. As members of NATO, we are rightly asked to contribute a fair amount towards the defence budget. That's totally fair enough for NATO to ask for that. But the UK is already contributing the 2% that NATO asks. That doesn't mean, however, that we couldn't be spending that money more effectively. And as Greens, we're clear that investing in tackling climate threats, the biggest threat facing humanity, as militaries all over the world are already doing, because
Boring.
they
Boring and
recognise
lame.
that if
Yeah,
not
no, this
tackled
is
adequately,
terrible.
it will increase conflict over water, for example, increase famine, and create millions of refugees.
Let me turn.
I mean, in a certain respect, she's not completely wrong, but
No.
the climate change thing is so gradual and so far away that it's not an immediate threat in the same way that the encroaching conflicts going on in the world are. Those are way more immediate than whatever she's trying to talk
The
about.
conservative lady was like, Putin is going to think we're a bitch, and I'm not having that. And she's like, oh, the trees.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair,
It's just
you know,
like, mate, what are you on about, mate? Like, you're already showing that you can't be a proper leader because you're not willing to address what is actually happening right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you want to abstract it to some random ass shit. Like, you know, and to be fair, it wouldn't. The thing that when it comes to like green energy and all that stuff, the only reason to talk about it is about energy independence. That's the only reason to really talk about it, because that way, like, it's like how Keir Starmer put it, right? It's about lowering your bills. It's about becoming energy independent and all that kind of stuff, so that we don't have to rely on any other country. So if conflicts do arise, we're not hit by it in that
we
way.
can just turtle up, yeah.
So that kind of stuff is a way better talking point than trying to pretend like, you know, in the next year or two, all of a sudden we're going to be bereft with fucking tsunamis and hurricanes and whatever the fuck. Like, it's just not relevant, man. It's not relevant.
And then to Stephen Flynn of the SNP. The nuclear deterrent, the submarines, are based in Scotland. You are against maintaining the nuclear deterrent, though?
Yes, absolutely. And our party's had a very long-standing tradition in respect of that, because we believe that money can be better spent on conventional defence forces. And what we've seen in Europe over the course of recent years is that how absolutely vital conventional defence forces are. But may I just return to the original question?
By conventional, does he just mean literally like troops?
Yeah.
Right, okay, because to me it seems like warfare, although he isn't completely incorrect, warfare is evolving quite a lot, and it's a lot about tech at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
It's all
I've been
just about
seeing some
drones.
crazy stuff with like lasers and shit
Yeah.
that are being used.
100%.
Not radioactive,
Jammers,
radio wave
all of that
stuff.
shit.
Yeah. Drones and all that stuff.
I'm serious. There's nothing I find more disturbing than drone footage. Like, you just see like a guy who's just minding his own business, and he just hears like a bzzz, and he looks up in the sky like, oh fuck, I'm about to die.
Yeah.
And it's just some geezer there.
I've seen a
Just, you know,
bunch from Ukraine and stuff.
it's actually
where,
harrowing.
yeah, it's actually quite, because it almost looks like a video game. And,
Yeah.
it is like, it is a little like, ooh, like this is where we're at, you know? Like,
There's a passage in a play called it was by Marat Desaad. No, Marat Desaad, like within the play, Marat Desaad puts on a play. Marat Desaad is where we get
Right.
the term sadism.
a play within. Oh, you mean the Marquis de Sade?
Yes, Marquis de Sade. My bad, my bad. Yeah. And he's talking about how there was a guy that was killed, and because he pissed off the French king or something, and they like cut his stomach open, and then they pulled his arms and legs apart with 4 horses.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, everyone was like, "Ay, ay, ay." But he was kind of saying, if you're gonna kill someone, fucking go to the nines. Don't have it as this kind of, you know, press a button type thing. That's really bad. That's how you end up with a lot of people dead. And, you know, it's just as bad. But if you go full balls to the wall on it, you know, gut someone, then actually you're probably satisfied after just killing one person. And this is the problem that we got there. If you're doing it all by drones, it doesn't even, on your side of the coin, it doesn't even feel like you're doing anything, you know? And that's the problem.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, actually, because if you look at how the French Revolution came about with the guillotine and everything, you know, they were just fucking going ham. You know what I mean? It was like, what was it, 20,000 plus people just guillotined within like, what, a couple of years? Maybe not even a couple of years, maybe just a year.
Bro, the French.
It was insane. And like, so I know what you're saying in terms of like, Is it? Do you want 20,000 people killed with a guillotine, or one person pulled apart by horses?
Yeah, exactly.
You
If you
know
do the
what I
horse
mean?
technique, then everyone gets the message.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like this visual spectacle. It kind of deters it even more. So yeah, yeah, it's a fine balance, isn't it? But I can't really see it going any other way. I mean, people are not going to go back to swords and shields, are they?
Yeah, no, no,
It's
no.
just not going
That
to
would be
happen. So
sick if we all just unanimously decided, right, boys, we're going back. But even then,
bring out your rapiers, boys.
yes, then I think England would stand a real chance on the world stage.
Yeah, let's go.
Question. Thank Francis for his father's contribution. We need to be standing with our veterans. We need to make sure that our military is fully funded and that we have more people serving and that we look after them when they become veterans. And just finally on the Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who puts his own political career before public service is no Prime Minister at all. A Prime Minister who puts his own political career before Normandy war veterans is no Prime Minister at all. So it's
What was he
incumbent upon all of
thinking?
us to do our national service and vote the Tories out of office.
That's a little bit deceptive though, because although he's actually kind of right, like the SNP are somewhat a socialist organization, right?
Yeah,
Like I'm a little dubious about their real dedication
yeah,
to
yeah,
all that. Like, you know what I
yeah.
mean?
100%,
So,
100%.
so he, for me, that just feels like a political talking point, which does sound very good optically and whatever. It actually came off quite strong, but just from my own personal feeling towards it, like I just think, I'm not sure if I'm convinced by the SNP on like dedication to the military.
The problem is he doesn't have any hair, and you're just not gonna see what political leader do you know that doesn't have any hair?
That's a really good
No.
question.
Yeah,
I'm actually
exactly.
trying to think, and
Because
I can't think of any.
yeah, exactly. Because you
Churchill.
need.
Churchill was bald, right?
Yeah, that was a different time. Was he? I thought I can't. Well, let me have a little look.
Well, he had the egg in the nest, right?
Yeah, I think that counts.
That counts
Nah,
as
he's got hair,
hair.
bro. He's got hair. He had 100% has hair.
All right,
Yeah.
well, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I am actually struggling to. I'm really
You can't,
struggling to think of
because
somebody.
women will not vote for you if you don't have any hair.
Yeah,
Have your
yeah.
worst
He's
of
already
fight,
set
can't we?
himself up to fail.
Yesterday was a sobering day again, wasn't it, in remembering the sacrifice made on the beaches of Normandy. It certainly wasn't a day for staged photo ops, as we saw from Nigel
No,
Farage.
hang on a second.
Yes.
I raised £100,000. I raised
Yes.
£100,000
Let's
for London
go.
Taxi Charity to send veterans back to Normandy. That's why I was there. Thank you.
And it certainly
Oh!
wasn't a day for
Mug.
a Prime
Bitch.
Minister to decide, as Stephen said, that his priority should be to fight for his own political future. We have a proud record in Wales of sending young men and women to the armed forces, and we need to make sure that the armed forces are properly funded for conventional deterrence and peacekeeping, and we need to look after those young people when they leave the armed
I
forces.
feel like
with
he's
so many
only just gotten
problems
a
in
Welsh
housing,
accent in the second half of this
and mental health
answer.
issues and so on. But we don't build that resilient conventional force by spending £200 billion on a new nuclear deterrent.
Thank you.
Wait. How do we not though? What? What is he
Well,
talking
it's
about?
not the conventional force, but then again, I feel like having a load of nukes is pretty useful
Yeah.
defensively, because people are just gonna be like, ugh, let's not get involved with them.
I mean, let's
Like, if
face it,
Saddam
we're on an
Hussein had
island.
nukes-
We're on an island. We're not on the continent. So, like, if we're getting invaded, it is by sea and air, right?
Yeah.
So, and if we're attacking, it's by sea and air, largely. So, realistically, that's going to be way better than just having loads of guys.
Yeah, loads of very strong swimmers. Yeah,
So,
100%.
definitely have more guys. I'm not saying not to have more guys, but I just mean, like, fundamentally, like what we're focusing on right now, it has to be more specialized, and especially when we have got such low numbers, like that seems like the better thing to put your money into in the short term than.
Yeah.
So I don't know. To be fair though, Plaid Cymru have gone off the deep end in the last 10 years. Like they've gone full socialist retards. Like they're just fully stupid, mate. Like I can't even describe. I actually voted for them once a long time ago when I was younger.
Mate, confession.
And when I was a younger man, when I was still full of hope and optimism.
Yeah. I mean, I think I voted Green once upon a time as well. So,
But yeah, it's
I
just
mean,
once I noticed how deeply socialist they become, and they're also trying to be separatist. They're being like, we want to have an independent Wales and stuff, but they have no plan whatsoever on how to make Wales economically viable as an independent state. It's like you're basically just saying you want Wales to starve to death and die. That's what you're saying. Like fucking idiots, man.
you'll all be equal then.
So to me, what he's saying here is just a grandstand against the other parties. He's trying to be like, we're against nuclear weapons. We're the moral ones, and it's like, no, you're just trying to be a grandstander. You're a virtue signaler. That's all you are.
Penny Mordaunt, to come back to you, I mean, clearly there's been a lot of comment already about the Prime Minister in D-Day and that it amounting to no presence at all.
And amounting to?
Amounting to no presence at all on D-Day. How did you feel when you realised that he had attended the British event and other parts of the day, but he left before the international event at the end of the day?
Look, I think what happened was very wrong, and I'm glad the Prime Minister has said that, and he's apologised. He's apologised to veterans, but I think he also has apologised to everyone because he...
It's a bit too little too late though, isn't it, though, to be fair?
Yeah, but if she says it, she says it. Now, she reminds me of a Futurama character. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Go on, who?
Futurama, Mother or something like that.
Mother?
Like, she might be a brand...
No,
yeah.
you are right. That is a character, Mother. She's the one that's the mother of all the robots or some shit.
Yeah, but now that I'm looking, she doesn't look as much like her as I thought.
But the
she
energy.
did. The energy's there.
Yeah.
100%.
She is giving Mother energy.
He was there representing us. And what I hope is that our veterans will feel treasured and their families will feel treasured at the end of this week. I don't want this issue to become a political football because I think that does them a
Well, it already is. It already is because the veterans themselves are speaking out saying he's let the country down. And to say that it's a mistake, if his instinct was the same as the British people, he would never have contemplated for a moment not being there for the big international ceremony.
let's
And
be
it
clear.
shows how disconnected he is with the people of this country.
He's apologised.
I think what
I would like...
I think what we saw from the Prime Minister was panic, and I think it's the same pre-election panic that gave us that back of a fag packet plan for a new national service, which those in the armed forces have said that wouldn't be workable, let alone what it means about what the Prime Minister thinks of our young people in this country.
Let's be clear about what happened yesterday. It was not only politically shameful, but I think many of us feel personally quite insulted. I started yesterday morning watching a recording made by the Royal Mint of my late grandfather, where he recounts catching his best friend who fell from the top of a Sherman tank, who was shot in the head. And as he waded through the water, he recounted in his words, men blown to pieces, hands, legs, and heads.
Oh,
If he had been there yesterday and seen the Prime Minister walk away from him, I would have found that completely, as I do now, find it completely and utterly unforgivable.
Thank you very
much. The whole debate isn't about this, though.
No, it's just
But,
this
yeah, I get
question,
it.
isn't it? It's just this question, but I
They're gonna
actually think
bring
that
it
was a
up.
pretty strong answer. Like
Yeah.
that was. I'm liking this Lib Dem girl. She is all right. Obviously she's not really going to get too far in the election, but I'm liking her presence so far. She's
liking her
actually
vibes.
doing better than I would have thought for the Lib Dems so far.
Very much for the responses. That was our first question. Let us turn now to our second, and it comes from Ishani Rudra.
I'm about to start studying medicine at the University of Manchester. How will the parties ensure I can graduate into a fully functioning NHS?
Thank you, Ishani. So just about to start studying medicine at Manchester University. Daisy Cooper.
Well, first of all, really good luck. I hope it goes incredibly well. We need lots of people signing up and studying to become the medics and our NHS staff of the future. Look, under the Conservatives, our health and social care services have been driven into the ground. And the Liberal Democrats have a very clear plan as to how to fix this. We're going to fix the front door to the NHS with 8,000 more GPs, giving you a guarantee of an appointment within 7 days. We're going to put an end to dental deserts. We'll have a mental health community hub in every single community. And we've made a very bold bold pledge to fix and to offer free personal care. That means you can get the help you need when you need it. We can fix the back end to the NHS by making sure that if you need to leave hospital, there will be care in place.
What's the total annual cost of all the changes you're making?
So we have set out in our manifesto exactly how every single pledge is going to be funded, but we've said right across the piece, across all of our policies, we will not tax struggling families during a cost of living crisis, but we will be looking to those really big companies raking in billions of pounds of profits to support struggling families and to fix our public services.
Okay.
Not quite an answer on how much it's going to cost, but
But the billionaires will pay for it, brother.
Yeah, essentially that's kind of what she's saying. But
the millionaires and billionaires.
But like, I do think that was not the worst answer, though. She actually had some clear policy that she's talking about. Yeah, it could be dubious about how this is actually going to come about, but that was a better answer than I've heard even from Keir Starmer and Rishi the other day. Like, you know, they were quite vague, really, about some of this stuff. So that was actually not a bad answer. I'm actually pleasantly surprised by Lib Dems so far. That was okay. Could do with a bit more detail, to be honest, but there was actually something of substance there, which I'm happy with.
Health is, of course, a devolved issue, devolved to the UK nation. Stephen Flynn, your party's in charge of health in Scotland. It is a time of record waits and,
by the way, guys,
and high
everyone that's in the
numbers
chat,
of
if you want to
people
get
waiting,
involved in
for
the
example,
chat,
12 hours or more
get
in
there.
A&E,
We'll be looking at
or
the chat
24
periodically.
months for
Also, give
treatment.
a like
How
and
would you
subscribe and all that
ensure
good stuff.
that Ishani graduates into
We're going to be
a fully
covering all these
functioning
debates.
Yes, well, Ishani, good luck to start with. As someone who was under the care of the NHS from the age of 14 to 32, because I was a disabled man, and I physically wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for the wonderful treatment that I received from the NHS. I know what it is to live in chronic pain, and I know what it is to have that chronic pain removed, and it's only thanks to the NHS that happened, which is why in Scotland we don't just have...
It's probably all them years in the NHS, you know what I mean? He says he was in the NHS, he was just on the waiting list for 14 years.
Yeah.
That's why he's so jaded.
Record funding. We don't just have the best paid nursing staff. We don't have no strikes. We don't have a single NHS strike in Scotland. And of course, we do have some of the best performing NHS levels in Scotland as well. But given that you're going to university to study medicine, I think it's also important to remind everyone in this audience the difference between the SNP and the Westminster parties, because in SNP-controlled Scotland, you wouldn't pay a single penny in tuition fees for your studies. What a difference
because the
that would
Brits
make
are
to your
paying for it,
education and your future.
Yeah, true.
This pisses me
We
off.
are supplementing that.
Yeah, of course we are.
Yeah.
I'm in so much debt from uni, bro. I think I'm up in like the 70,000s now.
What, because of the interest over time?
Yeah. And I've been paying it off the whole time, bro. I pay off like 250 a month. It goes up by like 400 a month. It's just
Jesus.
like, fuck me.
Yeah, I've only just started paying my student loans back. I don't even know what they are. I don't even want to look. We got some cuts to ours because I'm Welsh, so I had some cuts to mine.
God, these inferior nations of Scotland and Wales suckling on our great British teat. And I am sick of it, bro.
Hey, cope and sieve, lad. Cope and sieve.
You do accept that you have record waits for treatment at the moment, and that there are very high numbers of people waiting 24 months or waiting sometimes as long as 24 hours in A&E.
So he's saying...
You'll just fucking die. You'll just die.
So
What
he's
the
saying
hell
that,
is
like,
going on?
the SNP is saying that in the NHS is run quite well in Scotland, but is she just saying by that, what she just said, is that but also that the waiting times are really high, though?
I'm not sure if it's like, he said that they're the best paid, so I think they're happiest doctors, and probably the service is great, and there's been no strikes. But if you're waiting 2 years, fuck me, bro. That's wild. If you have cancer, you're done. Nothing is as scary to me as getting cancer and then having to go to the NHS, and then just that waiting time, and then being like, okay, yeah, we'll check on you in 16 weeks. And then being like, oh my God. And then just no urgency at all. You just sat there waiting. Oh my God.
Or you need some kind of organ transplant or some shit like that. It's like, yeah, This is the trade-offs, isn't it? Because it's like, if you want a national health service, which I think is a good idea in principle,
Yeah,
but if you actually want to make it work, you've got to have a certain kind of society to make it work. Like,
a healthy one.
yeah, basically, fundamentally, I think we mentioned this in the last one,
Yeah, we did.
but just for the people that are in the chat now, like, realistically, if you really want to have an NHS that works, it's also incumbent on the people itself involved with that health service, like the patients, to be as healthy as possible, to take as much strain as off it as possible. It's also incumbent on people who can afford private care to get private care rather than rely on the NHS, because they're just
Yeah.
taking up room on the NHS.
Do you think that like if it would be a good use of money? Obviously, like prevention is way, way, way cheaper than curing things. Do you think it would be a good bit of money to get some of the NHS funding to go to like, I don't know, gym memberships and shit like that, or vegetables? I don't
Wow, I
even
mean
know.
that could be a good idea. I mean, like, if you went to your GP and you're a bit overweight, or you're just not fit or whatever, and you're having some health conditions, and they know a lot of this would be solved if you just lost some weight, right?
Yeah, no, but that's no one wants to hear that.
Well, I don't care
No
what
one
they
when you
want to
go,
hear.
yeah, I know, but like when you go to the doctors, this is the fat phobia,
Mm.
you know. They'll say that if you're a fat person and you go to the GP, you could go in there with a fucking earache and they'll be like, it's because you're fat. Which is funny in my opinion. But yeah, no, it's difficult.
Well, I think it's an interesting idea to say, hey, the GP can give you, maybe they can't give you a free gym membership like
Subsidized.
forever, but they can
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
we'll give you we can sign you up for like a free gym membership for 3 months, and then after that you've got to pay for it yourself. But we'll get you in there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, get you on the treadmill, essentially, metaphorically and literally.
Or if we had like NHS personal trainers, if we had personal trainers on the NHS as well as all the other stuff, just someone group mandated group
Yeah, hey, we're
classes.
gonna send you to this community group where you're all gonna
You
go on
go
a
to the NHS
collective
fat
run.
camp. Yeah, yeah.
We've prescribed you a collective run.
But that's the thing, because also that might help with the loneliness epidemic as
True,
well.
true, yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of benefits to doing exercise in
I
groups.
feel like we just
You need
need. Go on, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
these CrossFit people, and the reason it's so culty, the reason people get in so into it is because they're all doing it in a group.
Mm,
As you know, I'm a jiu-jitsu guy. There's n My whole social circle really is that jiu-jitsu gang. You get so close to them just
mm.
from sweating on each other and stuff. I think it would solve a lot of issues. If we just up the exercise, got outside, all of that, pretty basic stuff really. But yeah, it would be
Yeah,
a good
but
idea.
it's giving that incentive, isn't it? And it's giving that giving that just giving that people that kick up the arse to go and do it.
Yeah,
I think that would it would be very beneficial. I do think, like, and this is the problem, is that, like, we're saying this stuff here, we're just coming up with this on the fly, but in my mind, what we're saying are kind of inspired ideas. These are
yeah.
ideas that should be on the table that people are talking about. I don't think anyone has ever said this shit.
I mean, pretty sure that regular, normal, sensible people have said it, but
No,
politicians,
I mean in the political sphere. I mean in the
yeah,
political sphere.
100%, 100%,
It's
because
just
I
not.
don't think it plays well with voters to be like, you guys are going to need to start exercising.
Yeah, we're gonna get you out on the road, fatty.
No one wants that. They'd probably prefer if, like, mobility scooters for all, and then everyone
Yeah.
was like, yeah.
Yeah, that's more the direction they want. Yeah, mobility scooters for all, Zimmer frames for all. Um, yeah, it's just a shame though, because I think I don't know. I'm actually, depending on the language that you use and how you present it, I think they could actually play well with voters. I actually think they could play
Yeah,
well, but it just depends how you deliver the information. Obviously, not how we're delivering it. Like, but
no one's voting for us, bro.
but I think these ideas could work, but it's just there's nobody like, a lot of these people are just career politicians. They're fairly detached from the world. Their currency is votes. So they're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
thinking about playing it safe. They don't want inspired or risky ideas or something a
No.
bit out of the box. They want true, tried and tested so that they can stay in office. And that's one of the big limitations of this situation, isn't it? Really.
No one wants to get. They all get up there and blame each other for things. If you do something, then you can be blamed for things. If you're like, look, I just did what everyone else was doing. You know, I did what you were gonna do. We're all gonna do the same thing. Stop having a go at me.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to see something a little different, but I don't know if we're really going to hear that from anyone on here, to be honest.
And indeed, nobody would seek to dismiss the challenges which exist in our NHS right across these aisles, primarily driven through two issues. One, the backlog from COVID, but secondly, the austerity agenda, which is impacting us from Westminster and has done over the course of the last 14 years. And there's £18 billion of cuts coming down the line, agreed to by Angela Rayner and Penny Mordaunt. The Tories and the Labour both know that they're going to cut public sector investment to come, and that's going to have dramatic consequences on the NHS in the devolved nations, because as Wes Streeting himself said, when it comes to NHS waiting times, all roads lead back to Westminster. It's why the cuts that are coming down the line aren't acceptable, and it's why the Labour Party need to change their stance.
Angela Rayner, cuts coming down the line?
Well, that's not true, because we've said that we'd end the non-dom loophole.
Are you disagreeing with the IFS, Angela?
We would end the non-dom loophole so that we can bring that money in and have 40,000 new appointments every week.
But you're familiar with what Stephen is referring to. The IFS saying that both of your parties are not being honest because of the promises that you've made to bring debt down.
We're going to invest more in the NHS. And then, Ashani, thank you for studying in Manchester. I'm biased, but I'd say it's the greatest city. But I do think that there is an issue that since the Tories took power, I was a home care worker and I represented public sector workers across the Northwest and nationally, and the decimation of the social care services and the infrastructure around community services has actually not only left us without that community care, but it costs more in the NHS. Far too many people, especially our older generation, we've just been talking about D-Day and our veterans, they're on trolleys for hours on end not getting the care they need, but it costs more money to do that. So we would put home care services in, it costs less to do that, and we would have 40,000 new appointments every week in the NHS by making sure we close that non-dom tax loophole.
The non-dom is not going to close the £18 billion fiscal gap which the Institute for Fiscal Studies says exists. There is a conspiracy of silence between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in relation to this. You need to explain to the public how you are going to close that gap without making NHS services worse.
We have been very clear that we're going to look at efficiencies as well, so we can have technologies. We would have technologies that will come in. We all know that that would help. We've said about closing the non-dom tax loophole, which would give us more appointments, whether that's through dentistry, GP, and with hospital appointments. We have the record number of waiting lists in the country now, and all roads lead to the Tories and what they've done to our public services.
And how is your fiscal plan different?
Let's get Penny Mordaunt to respond to that.
Go on, Penny.
I think just before we get into the next answer, he did a very strong challenge there. Like, that was actually pretty damn good. I will say this Labour girl, is it Angela?
Angela
Rayner. She's trying, but she is kind of flapping a bit. Like, you know, I feel a little bit tight on her. I feel a bit tight on her. I feel like they've kind of thrown her to the wolves a little bit here.
Yeah, well, the problem is, it's like so easy for a further left party to just be like, we need to spend more money. And then she's like, yeah, I want to spend more money, but then we want to spend even more money. It's like, fuck. You've got me.
This is what I mean, because there is an element of virtue signaling in that, I suppose.
100%.
But just and again, I'm judging this on various levels when I'm looking at all these answers. And just from like an optics level, the audience, the people that are watching, the voters, that is like a very strong challenge. And she hasn't really given a very adequate answer to that, really. So I don't know. So far, Labour are looking pretty weak in this debate. I know we're only 10 minutes in, but they're looking very weak so far.
I've just looked up how much the NHS cost every day. Do you know?
I don't know every day, no, but it's probably in the tens of millions.
Bro, it's £184 million a day.
Fucking hell! Because I know it's like hundreds of billions.
Bro.
It's like 120 odd or plus billion.
It's 160 billion.
A year.
Yeah, a year.
It's insane. And think about how much of that is just admin and shit.
Oh my days, just middle management.
Yeah.
Well, and also it's like contracts and stuff. It's like the US military where you'll end up spending 10k on armor. they have to buy moisturizers for like £2,000 and stuff like that sometimes because they can't pop down to Boots and get something. They've got to do it through all these, you know, paid off, corrupt like systems.
Yeah, where they've got them tied into contracts and stuff like that with their little mates and stuff. Yeah, it's very yeah, there has to be huge reform to the NHS to get those costs down.
Yeah, and we're the men
100%.
for the job.
Yeah, we'll be getting it. We'll slash it all. we'll get rid of loads of regulation.
Yeah.
You know, we'll go to it like Trump would. You know, for every 10 regulations we cut, we'll bring one in that encompasses them all.
Yeah.
So Manchester's second only to Portsmouth, and we're just about to have both a dental school and a medical school very shortly, and good luck with your studies. Your future colleagues are currently dealing with an increase in NHS workload of about 43%. That's the legacy
really
of
high.
the pandemic that we have to deal with. So there are many things we need to do, but there are two really important things. We have to keep the budget strong. You need a strong economy to do that, and public spending is going to go up. It will go up, and for the NHS, very substantially. The only people on this platform who have ever cut the NHS budget are Labour in Wales. They've cut it 4 times, and that's why their waiting lists are 4 times longer than they are in England.
I will say to that point, Welsh Labour are a slightly different entity to the main Labour Party in the UK.
No one cares, bro.
No, I know that. I know that.
I'm swayed.
I know that they don't care, but the devil is in the details. I will say that I don't think the main Labour Party are necessarily always responsible for Welsh Labour and how they act.
Yeah, as a rule, the whole of the United Kingdom was like, look, we're not responsible for what the Welsh are up to at any given moment.
Just philandering. Yeah, I think...
ever since the mines got closed, you guys have been on one. we need to reopen them just so you guys have something to do.
Reopen the mines.
Yeah, don't even use the coal or anything. Just
we live for it. We breathe it, mate. But yeah, I know that most people are not going to know that, and to be fair, what she's saying, it will work. What she's saying, just on like a kind of tactical level. But like, but Welsh Labour are slightly different. Like they are like a kind of separate entity in their own right. And I will say, Welsh Labour are extremely shit, and they do need to fucking go. Like they're so shit. But yeah, that's all I have to say on that. But I just needed to make that clear. That's all.
Not only
funding
can
is going
you
down
not
when you account
afford
for ageing and
a
inflation.
Labour government, the NHS can't afford it either. But the second thing we also need to do is increase the number of healthcare professionals we have. We have been doing that. We have 70,000 more nurses, for example. But we need to retain people in the service. We've got to take the stress off people, but we also have to remove barriers to them continuing
you do
in service.
acknowledge, don't you, that the pandemic is not completely part of waiting lists. They were rising
senior
before.
nurses and doctors is going to get healthcare professionals to leave the service.
Look at the
That
way
is
she's
going to lead to
absolutely
more
alpha.
waiting
And
lists.
Yeah,
that's
she is
rubbish. And
very
you've just
alpha.
said that we need a strong economy. You backed Liz Truss and crashed our economy. You made people like me redundant when we were in the home care service.
Even Liz Truss, on her worst day, still recognised that we need a nuclear deterrent in this country, Angela.
And so
she's
do
still
I.
got the edge
And
on
so
you.
do I.
But your sums do not add up.
We need to
Your
hear
sums do
some
not
more
add up.
parties. Penny Morton, I'm going to go to Rena Purworth next.
It's going to be very nice with a Shani. My life may be in your hands one day, but thank you for studying medicine and do enjoy it. I mean, I have a privilege of speaking for Wales here this evening, but hopefully what I say will have relevance for people wherever they are in the UK. I think one thing you want is an assurance about what kind of NHS we will have in future. And my party is absolutely clear. The NHS should and must remain free at the point of need. Another key principle for me and Plaid Cymru is that no profit should be taken out of the NHS. We will not consider ever privatising the NHS, something that, of course, the Conservatives want to do, but remarkably, Labour are happy to see privatisation within the NHS now too. But, you know, we in Wales have had a double whammy. We've had the impact of the cuts of austerity that absolutely comes down to hitting public services, education and health and everything, plus a very badly managed NHS by Labour in Wales.
I do want to point out that you were in a cooperation agreement with Welsh Labour until very recently, until just a few weeks ago, and we have record waiting lists in Wales.
And the NHS was in no way a part of that cooperation agreement because we do not agree with Labour's approach on the NHS in Wales. My job as an opposition member is to persuade them to make some bold decisions to take us on the right direction. But you know what? You need more than anything, Ashani, is assurance that sustainability will be built in for the workforce within the NHS. Workforce planning and giving you the support through your pay packet, one, but all those other means that show that you are valued as a health worker.
OK, Nigel Farage.
Whether it's Labour-run Wales or SNP-run Scotland or Conservative-run England, we all know that whilst you can get great care, the NHS model isn't working. You can't get GP appointments, things that we've all grown up taking for granted. And they can argue about, it's all money. I'm going to spend more money. You're going to spend more money. It doesn't work. Just a few years ago, we were spending 7.5% of the national cake on the NHS. We're now spending over 11% of the national cake on the NHS.
So the answer to Ashani's question, how would you ensure she graduates into a fully functioning
NHS? Well, I'm going to answer it. Because the more money we spend, the less delivery we get, which means the model is wrong. The model through which we fund health is wrong.
So this is Nigel telling us he doesn't believe in the NHS. This is
Let him fucking answer, you dickhead.
Yeah, he's a dickhead.
what he's doing. He's telling the public he does not believe in the NHS.
No, I'm telling you,
you want to privatise it. That is what you want to do.
And you in Scotland, of all places, I mean, look, the NHS is very badly run. Let's change the funding model.
We'll not be
Would you
taking
like more
any
private?
lectures from
You'd like more private healthcare?
Invest in our NHS,
No,
not crush it.
let's change the model. Now, the NHS, it isn't funded through national insurance. That's a nonsense. It goes into the pot. There are countries right next door to us. There's one country, France, that has a very, very different way of funding the NHS. It's rather like those that can afford, through their taxes, pay into an insurance scheme. Those that can't afford it don't pay in, so it's for the mutual benefit of everybody, and it's managed as if it was a private company, and their returns on stroke, heart and cancer are better than ours for exactly the same sum of money.
The King's Foundation.
We get a fully functioning NHS.
The King's Foundation.
If we spend our money
a
properly, and we're not spending our money properly, and that's the point.
Daisy, you'll have to.
I think that was a very good answer, but he got cut off, so it didn't have the same impact.
Yeah, I know, it's a shame, but that was a good answer. And I told you he was going to give a good answer. I'm surprised he didn't just say the problem's the fact that we've got too many immigrants using the service. It's probably because
there is a certain supply and demand issue. Yeah. There is an issue there as well. It's a multifaceted issue. It's a multifaceted.
If you have 700,000 people coming who have not paid national insurance all their life, and then one of them gets sick, that's gonna throw some spanners in the works.
No, 100%, and that's been happening year on year for decades.
I like that he says national cake though.
I know. Yeah.
I always thought that you were the national cake.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, fucking... Yeah, his answer was very, very good. And he's right, because the devil is in the details, and it's how it's actually ran that really needs the overhaul. And his comparison to the French National Health Service is probably quite a good one. There's probably something we can learn from these other health services on the continent that are producing better results that we could probably implement here that no one else is even talking about. He's the only one that's mentioned that.
I can't sit here and know that the French are doing it better than us. I can't tolerate it. So I'm sure lots of people are in agreement with that, and that's going to sway them just like it swayed me.
Yeah, them fucking froggers over there. Can't have them doing better than us. Yeah, no, I think that was a very good answer. It's just such a shame that he got cut off like that, because I feel like that answer would have had a really good impact if he wasn't cut off. Whereas now I'm not so sure how well that answer is actually going to be received because of that.
Yeah, but it was a good point that just like we are just throwing money hand over fist at the end of the like you'd be like that 18 billion. I mean, that should 18 billion. When I heard that, I was like, that's insane. And now I'm looking at it, it's 160 billion a year. That's a drop in the bloody bucket.
Yeah, it's nothing in the grand scheme of things. When you look at the national budget, it's like trillions. So it's like it's not even fucking. It's nothing essentially. So like these things can be rectified. It doesn't even mean you have to throw 18 billion at it anyway. You don't even necessarily have to do that. What he's talking about is changing how it fundamentally works as a model, which is literally the core problem. That is actually the core problem.
Yeah.
So he was bang on the money with that one.
Make it very brief because I need to get to Carla
The Hill Foundation and the King's Fund have done an analysis of different funding models. They don't materially make a difference to people's health outcomes. What makes a big difference, most of all, is the amount of money you put into your health service.
And the Green Party
and independent experts say.
It works. Let's learn from.
I'd like to hear from Carla Denyer on this.
And the Green Party, the party that's ready to be honest about the need for investment, because Ishani, you're quite right to ask the question, and thank you for stepping into this important vocation. The NHS has been chronically underfunded for decades. It's on its knees. This cannot be allowed to continue. Most of us agree about that. But the answer is not, as the Conservatives and, surprisingly, Labour think, to invite big multinational companies further into our National Health Service. The answer is investment and protecting our NHS.
And the money comes from?
Well, we announced our health...
But that's been kind of the idea for a long time, right? Is this like, oh, let's just throw more money at it, right? And that's what they're all saying. She's basically just saying the same thing as everyone else. But if we're at this point, right, where it is failing, like everyone's talking about, well, surely something's got to change. The way we're approaching it has to change, right? And it just seems like they're all dodging that.
And I think that there's kind of a humility and like a, Farage, when he signed up, he was like, I've changed my mind. That's something that politicians don't really say. And then also there's the same kind of sentiment where he's like, France is doing it well, we'll copy them. It's kind of like, it's a humble approach to be like, I actually don't have the answers, but they do. We'll just do what they're doing.
Let's learn something from other people. Let's find stuff that works and use that. Like, you know what I mean? Rather than just pretending that we can throw money at stuff and then that's just magically going to solve everything. Like, I have to say, like, that Farage hasn't had as much time on the mic as others so far, but what he has had to say has been more, has generally been, especially on this topic in particular, has been a bit more substantial than other people's so far. So, I don't know, man. Everyone's seeming pretty weak on this so far, other than Farage, in my opinion.
Health and social care policy just yesterday, and that included a £30 billion increase in funding for our health services, 20 billion on social care, and it's really important that we understand how closely those are linked, because if we have better social care, it takes the pressure off the NHS, and a one-off £20 billion capital investment.
These are large sums. They come from where?
They come from reforming the tax system, because currently the UK tax system is unbelievably unfair. It puts more onus on lower income working people to contribute to the Treasury than it does towards the super rich, the millionaires, the multimillionaires and the billionaires. And so the Greens would make some adjustments to that system so that those with the broadest shoulders who can most easily afford to pay quite a modest amount, and that will provide plenty of funding for decent investment in public services that benefit all of us.
Okay. Thank you, Carla Denyer, and thank you all. On to our next question, and this one comes from Lorenzo Barba.
Where I live in Essex, I'm struggling to find a house. I've noticed the roads are busier, and it's almost impossible to get a doctor's appointment.
Brave of you to get up there.
I think immigration is partly to blame.
Shaking.
What are the parties going to do about immigration?
As well. I feel bad now.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, for that. And I'm going to turn first to Stephen Flynn.
So I accept the premise of what you're saying in respect of your area. I'm afraid I don't know it very well, but let me say a few home truths, particularly to some members of this panel. Migration is absolutely essential to our public services, it's absolutely essential to our businesses, and it's absolutely essential to our
Oh, Nigel's not happy.
And what we need to do is end the demonisation of migration. In Scotland, We have a declining working age population despite a net number of people moving from the rest of the UK to Scotland. We need migrants. And this race to the bottom on migration, driven by Nigel Farage, followed by the Conservative Party, and hotly chased by the Labour Party.
No, wait. No, fuck this guy, actually. No, because part of the big problem when it comes to housing is the demand side. When he's saying
obviously.
we need loads of migration to somehow help the housing problem, what fucking shit is he smoking? Like, what the fuck is he on here? Like
it wasn't even relevant to the question. I think he knows that, like, now people are going to talk about the fact that more people need houses. We don't have more houses, and he's like, okay, just before everyone says it, fuck all of you guys, home truths. It's like, yeah, okay, well, we'll see, brother.
Nah, this, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, it does seem a little shoehorned in that he suddenly went into immigration about this. Where we need more immigrants. Yeah, how does this even tack on? Like, how?
Yeah, no, I don't.
It's not even like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if you've got a certain supply of housing and then you're just bringing in more migrants, then like that you're basically just making it worse. And again, when it comes to housing, it is a multifaceted thing, just like the NHS. It's not just about migrants, but they do contribute to the demand. So you can't even deny that. That is literally just how it works. That is just basic economics 101. Like, I don't even... This guy, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, this is complete bullshit.
Party does not serve Scotland's interests, and it does not serve your interests either. So rise up against it. Do as Keir Starmer did in 2020 and talk about the benefits of migration, its importance to our fundamental aspects of life.
To be clear, any voter in Scotland who wants lower immigration should vote for other parties.
I think any voter in Scotland who wants to impact our economy, impact our NHS, should vote for the parties who want to cut migration, which is the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and Nigel Farage. And this is a consequence of us being led down the garden path by the right wing in British politics for far too long. We need to stand against it. We need to promote our economy, promote our public services, and to do so by promoting migration.
Okay. Nigel Farage.
I mean, I'm on a platform tonight with 6 other people whose parties have been wholly unconcerned with the issue of immigration. They think that to even question it somehow makes you a bad person.
I don't think it was an immigration question. He was talking about I can't...
Maybe he said, I can't get a house because of all these gosh darn immigrants are in them.
And you're saying things are busier and whatever.
Yeah, maybe it was an immigration question.
Maybe we just missed the tail end of that question.
I was chatting shit, to be fair.
I was chatting a little bit of shit as well.
Lorenzo.
We've got a new chatter in the chat, by the way, Gav B. Regarding healthcare, if you are below an income bracket, you get free healthcare, and if you're earning above a certain amount, you should pay medical insurance monthly, perhaps. Just an idea.
Very sensible, brother.
Yeah, I think that's all right.
Very sensible, Gav.
Yeah, and if anything, that's kind of where we're at, but it's like an opt-in at the moment, where it's like, if you're like a middle-class person or whatever, or you're earning over, I don't know, like 30, 40k a year or something, personally, I think if you are earning that, instead of waiting for the government to tax you more for the NHS, just go private. There's so many people who rely on the NHS who can afford private, and they're putting strain on the NHS. So that option is already there for people, but codifying it in law and making it kind of like a earnings bracket situation could be a way to go. I would not be against that idea necessarily.
How much even is Booper a month or so? I'm gonna look this up.
Look it up. I don't think it's that much though. I said on the last stream, I think it was like 20 odd quid or something. It might be more than that. I don't know, but
So vitality.co.uk, £1.25 a day. So a little over 30 quid.
Yeah, so you're looking at 30, 40 quid a month.
That's a lot.
But if you're in a middle class bracket, that's not so bad.
It's not impossible. Particularly because I'm paying like £250 to the NHS or something.
But if you got rid of the national insurance and you did it the way this Gav B is talking about, like that would... I mean, you wouldn't even necessarily need to even do all that anyway. It would already like kind of divvy itself up naturally anyway. But yeah, no, I just don't see, like, when it comes to the NHS, like, I just think people within their means should be looking to alleviate the NHS as much as possible. So if you can afford private, you should go private. That's just my point of view on it. If I had the money to do it, I would go private easily.
Yeah, the problem is that not enough of us are going out on a Thursday night and banging our pots and pans. That,
oh
we need
my
to bring
god,
that back. That'll save us.
I remember that shit. Fucking hell. But yeah, let's see what they've got to say, because I'm struggling to understand like how, again, maybe we just missed this question, but I don't understand how this immigration stuff ties into this question. Like when it comes to housing and stuff, like why would just more immigration be more helpful? I don't really understand that in regards to this question, unless we just misunderstood the question.
Yeah, we must have done.
Let's get back to Lorenzo's question. Let's deal with some logic, shall we? From the end of the 1940s
That'll be a novelty for you.
until Mr. Blair got to power, listen to the numbers. You probably don't know them. For 50 years, net migration into Britain was 30 to 40,000 a year. Then Tony Blair gets in, decides to open the doors. We get net migration for the period of the Labour government of 2.7 million people come in that period. Then we get the Conservatives
10 years, right?
elected in 2010, 2015, 2017, telling us they'll reduce net migration to tens of thousands a year. 4.3 million the Conservatives have led in. Most of those that come in are not directly productive members of the economy. Most of those that come in are actually dependents. And Lorenzo, the truth of it is, this ought to be the immigration election. Because whether we talk about housing, whether we talk about the fact that rents are up between 20 and 30% in most of the country in the last 4 years, whether we talk about the roads, whether we talk about infrastructure, we are living through a population crisis, an increase of 10 million people since Mr. Blair came to power, and frankly, it's making us poorer, it is diminishing our quality of life, and it's nothing to do with race or any of those issues. It's to do with actually putting the interests of our communities first. We need to get net migration, and that means, by the way, people come and people go. We need to get net migration down to an even figure for the next few years, and maybe then we can hope to catch up with housing, with health, and many of those things.
Most of those coming to the UK today are on work visas or are international students.
About 50% of those that come are dependents. Whether they're coming with work
But the rules
visas,
are changing.
family,
The rules are changing on
family
that.
reunions. We've even had under the Conservatives students coming and bringing them.
But she's saying that the rules are changing, but what he's saying still holds true, though, right?
Yeah,
So if that means that like it's
I'm-
changing just about now or in the last year or two, that means everything he's saying has been true up until now. So
Yeah,
like,
and they like cut to the crowd with like people just being like,
yeah, some people are shaking their heads like, ugh. But he's saying everything basically we were just saying, essentially. Like he's saying like, yeah, we're having all these people coming in, and that is affecting our housing, that's affecting all this healthcare and all this shit because there's too many people demanding all this shit. That's the fucking thing. That's the issue. Ugh. Excuse me.
Mate, it's getting lively now.
Yeah. No, but he's totally bang on the money.
Mum, the whole thing's been unbelievable.
So don't buy this.
Unbelievable.
Stephen Flynn, you've had a say on this. Can I turn to Renat Bioworth, please?
Nigel Farage wants to make
hates
this
him.
an immigration election for his own self-interest. Let's change the tone. Let's change the tone of the debate on immigration. You know, too much of it is framed around, frankly, the bigotry of people like Nigel Farage.
Is that the best you can do?
Penny Mordaunt can't stand up to Nigel Farage because she wants...
What about the bigotry against the normal British people? What about that? What
about bigotry against the English from the Scots? There's no more bigoted group than Scottish people hating on the poor English.
What about the bigotry of the elites against the irregular British working people that are trying to get NHS appointments and are letting immigrants in to get those appointments instead of the regular British people that have been paying their taxes and national insurance for decades? What about that bigotry, you son of a bitch? How about that? Fuck me, man. What a fucking cunt.
Her party to be like Nigel Farage.
They're the opposite.
Angela Rayner can't stand up to Nigel Farage because of the shift in her party to the right. Plaid Cymru will stand up to Nigel Farage.
Open doors,
on
everyone
immigration.
come.
Of course we need
Everyone
rules.
come.
Of course we need
Benefits
rules.
for everybody. Lovely.
Of course we need rules on borders. Wales controlled its own borders during COVID. That's what countries do. But we need those around proper processing of asylum applications. We need to stop the vile and expensive Rwanda flights. We need safe passage into this country, and we need to realise that we need immigration for the interests of our health system, our care system, and our economy.
I mean, like, okay, there can be benefits to immigration, of course. Like, if you have skilled
100%.
immigration into the NHS, into different services and different sectors that have gaps in or shortages in those things, that's absolutely fine. But those gaps and shortages are not literally hundreds of thousands of just random people.
Yeah, it's just it's not. All he's saying is we need to get the comings and goings to level out.
Yeah, literally. That is literally what he just said. Literally.
That's all.
Yeah, he's not even saying don't have immigration. He's just saying don't have loads of random immigration just for the fucking sake of it. Immigration just for the sake of it is not good on its own. You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
just Scottish.
oh my god, to me it's so clear what he's saying, but they're trying to obfuscate because I don't even know what their end goal is. Is it just like is it just virtue signaling, or is there another agenda to it? I can't tell.
It's a World Economic Forum shit here, brother.
Yeah,
Who knows?
It seems so bizarre. Like, why would you just be for immigration just for the sake of it? I really do not understand that. Like, most countries in the world do not operate this way. Like,
Yeah,
Australia,
it's a bit weird.
I'm thinking of Australia, Japan, or even New Zealand or Canada or all these different places. If you want to immigrate there, it's skilled immigration. You have to be offering them something. It's not just random bullshit. They're not just taking hundreds of thousands of random people just for the sake of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's... Whereas that's what seems to be like, especially these further left ones like Plaid Cymru and fucking SNP and all this shit. They just seem to want immigration for the sake of it. I don't understand why. But then I guess it's just to be able to grandstand and say, well, they're bigoted because they don't want it that way.
Yeah, that does work. I mean, I think a lot of people are persuaded by that within this audience. At least.
Well, yeah, but and this speaks to the broader public in that a lot of people are just very ignorant on how this shit works. Like, for them, it is just a matter of, well, if you're against immigration, then you must be some kind of bigot, right?
Exactly.
And for them, it's all just like a matter of this public perception of yourself, rather than actually looking at what is happening and the facts of the matter.
But I think you've forgotten about the British Empire, you know? So we did it, and therefore
it has to happen
anything
to us
goes.
now.
Yeah.
So because we colonized others, now we have to be colonized. That's the idea.
I'm interested in this little exchange here.
Yeah,
anyway.
sorry, go on. I didn't mean to cut it off, but it's
Penny
just,
Morden,
yeah.
do you
Penny.
respond to Nigel Farage's charge of broken promises from your party on immigration?
Well, look, this might be an immigration election, but it is definitely going to be a cost of living election. And one thing that we can do to help the gentleman who asked the question is about ensuring that you keep more of your money. We will cut your taxes.
love
Labour
cutting
will
to this
put your
little
taxes
sour
up.
Was that the
If
question?
you having more agency, being able to get onto the property ladder, that is the
Penny
key
Morden, I am
thing
going to
in
remind
this
you of the
general
question.
election.
Lorenzo's question.
Just with regard
the problems that he set out. He said, I think immigration is partly to blame. What are the parties going to do about immigration?
So immigration is too high. And what we need to do is have a balance between some of the issues that have been raised already. The best way to do this is to get Parliament, your Parliament, elected by you, to have an annual cap. What that will do is take into account the economic needs, the needs of the workforce, but also the pressures that immigration puts on communities, as the question made very clear. That will be informed by experts, but it will be Parliament that decides. And because the numbers are too high, over the next few years, you can see it will come down.
But it's been under your fucking government, you dumb bitch. Like that's fucking what the issue is here. Is like you're sitting here going, yeah, we're gonna sort this out. Like, yeah, but you've done basically fuck all about it. And like
Thought Patrol says, let me answer the question I think you should have asked, not the one you did ask.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
yeah, welcome to British politics, my friend.
Right, so
You're
we've got a
asking all the
couple
wrong
more
questions.
chats here. We've got a couple of chats. So, why do we have homeless veterans by Gav B? Sorry, we do have. Why do we have homeless veterans on the streets and put illegal immigrants in top-notch hotels? We need to put our people first. 100% agree. Couldn't agree more to that one. And yeah, you just said that, didn't you, Thought Patrol? Let me answer the question I think you should have asked, and not the one you did ask.
Yeah, that's wild. Although Penny can do no wrong. Penny can answer whatever fucking question she wants. Thank you, Thought Patrol. Okay? And you can shut. In fact, leave, mate. It's been a pleasure having you here. It's been an absolute pleasure. But I think your time has come to an end. Penny will say and do as she pleases, and we will support her. This is a Penny appreciation stream as of now. I don't give a damn about her policies. Her policy is to down for my goddamn
Her policy
nuts.
is getting me on all fours and giving me a good spanking. That's
yes, exactly. That's her solution to immigration. No one will enter this country without a good smack on the tuckers.
On the tuckers. But like, I think, like, I will say, I do.
Oh, hold on, there's some fucking blasphemy in the chat. There's actually some fucking blasphemy in the chat.
What is the blasphemy?
Fucking Thought Patrol just said, I appreciate Penny on another level than you, mate. Brother. Brother. You're in the wrong stream, bro. You are in the wrong stream. This is my first instance of coming across Penny. I don't know what her politics are.
You're coming across her pretty hard.
But I can tell you right now, I will dedicate my life to this woman. Okay?
This is marriage
I'm gonna
material.
get next chat. This big white space here. I've been wondering what that's for ever since I moved in, and I've got a fucking answer now, my friend. This is Penny Square. Okay. I can fix her, bro. She can fix me. That's what I need. All right, back to Penny. Sorry, my queen. Sorry, I interrupted you, my
before we
queen.
get back, I will say, I do appreciate Penny's. I love her energy, but unfortunately, she's representing a government where I feel like if the government was under her control, maybe these problems wouldn't be there. She's having to answer for situations that the government has created that she would not necessarily have created herself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. She's in a sticky situation.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hear from this fucking Lib Dem fancying cuck over here. I don't want you to open your mouth, okay? You can get your shaved head bird in a little pink suit and you can have your fruity cocktails together, whereas I will be drinking water. Because that's
I'll be drinking out of her high heel shoes.
Yeah.
But like, I think like realistically, the Tories have not done well on immigration, and they've been paying lip service to it for a long time. They're not doing it, and like they say with this hotel situation, all this stuff. I do think like they've royally fucked it for themselves. Like,
the optics on it are so bad.
Yeah.
The optics on it are so bad.
And I think realistically, the only person with a real answer to this question is Farage at this point.
Seems to be, yeah. On this question, yeah.
There's no way around it.
It's a clear plan, a clear guarantee. We've already ended free movement. We've done many things. That is the logical next step.
Yeah, but the net migration is still higher than it was even when we were in the EU. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Come on, man.
That's what you get with us. Unlike Labour, who have no plan, they have no target, they have no clue, they haven't done any of the work on the workforce, they've had 14 years to work this out, they have nothing to offer you. Controlled numbers and a cap under us, or uncontrolled immigration under the Labour Party.
How have you got the front to say that?
Let's let Angela Rayner respond to that charge of having no plan. Your party's only said that there'll be a significant cut, but there are no numbers, no time frame attached to that.
I mean, I love the spin on that. 14 years and you failed, trebled net migration figures. But what I would say to Lorenzo is that the problems with housing, the roads and GPs and non-public services is decimation that the Tories have done to our public services.
Your leader campaigned for free movement. Keir Starmer Keir Starmer has spent most of his life campaigning for free movement. These guys are not going to control immigration.
And we've said that the Rwanda scheme, look, yesterday, 300 people arrived on a boat. One was a 6-month-old baby. They could have died going over the crossing. We've said we need a new border command. We would scrap the Rwanda scheme, which would have been 300 for the whole year, by the way.
Those numbers are small. They're small compared to legal migration.
We would scrap the Rwanda scheme. We would put that money into a border force command, which will be able to smash the gangs, because we need to do that. And 14 years as Conservatives, they're relying on overseas to fill our skills shortages because we haven't got an industrial and skills strategy. Labour will put one in place so that we can fill the gaps and make sure that we have people in those jobs. People come to this country and they're propping up many of our services because we haven't trained the people to do that.
But this is how...
But this is another question, right? She's saying that we haven't trained the people. Well, maybe we need to open up colleges or open up programs or courses to train the local populace into these skill shortages.
I think that's what she's roughly saying, that she's going to get them being trained. What are the ones that we're not trained to do?
Well, like, we just need, like, more builders, more nurses. We need more engineers. We need more, like, doctors and...
Yeah.
Very high skill, like, you know, technicians, like robotics people or whatever the fuck, like, you know, computer people and whatever.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying is that, like,
It's the
and
doctors and engineers meme. You know?
but like, to be fair to her, what she is saying is a little bit more in line with what we were just saying before about having skilled immigration quotas rather than just having random immigration like we have now. Having skilled immigration quotas instead.
Yeah, probably Australia's got a good model there, I imagine.
Yeah. And like, I think that is a much better place to be at. And also, and if we are going to take immigration, just immigration from places that are actually going to integrate into our culture well, rather than just taking them from any random country, whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, I personally believe in a feminist immigration policy where only
women,
only letting women. Yeah.
I mean,
that's my personal.
You know, maybe that's
belief.
But yeah, so far, only Labour and Farage have had an okay response to this, in my opinion, so far.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not so...
I find this Scottish guy, I don't know, it's something a bit camp about him as well. I don't quite get it. He seems so upset. Just look at him in the middle there. He got a primo position, though,
I wonder if maybe his whole dedication to immigration is maybe he's got an immigrant wife or something.
Yeah, mail order probably.
He's got some Filipino wife or something. I don't know. I feel like maybe there could be something a little personal there for him with the immigration thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Not sure.
Let's have a look.
I don't know that for certain, but...
The tragedy of this is that Labour wants more and more to talk the language of the Conservatives and, dare I say, Nigel Farage. Keir Starmer said the other day that, you know, Rishi Sunak was the most liberal Prime Minister when it comes to immigration.
They can talk our language all they like.
I'd like to hear now from Carla Dead.
But when have the Tories backed up with action, you dickhead?
Oh, Penny. I'm sorry to criticise you, Penny, but... You also don't do anything. You've done nothing.
This is the issue here. Like, so we got a couple more chats here. We got in all seriousness, Tories. This is Thought Patrol. In all seriousness, Tories have dangled a carrot for 12 years of reducing immigration. There's only so much time it can go on. Yeah, I think we've echoed those sentiments as well, and I agree with that. Gav B says, surrounded by sea and we can't control our borders. French Navy is escorting dinghies to the halfway point and say au revoir.
Send them back to France. Do that. That is such a dick move on their part. They know exactly what they're. I can't believe that doesn't come up more. Like when our Prime Minister meets theirs, it's like, bro, please fucking stop doing that.
Yeah, no, they are taking liberties, and I think France are a part of a situation where they're trying to make an example out of Britain for the EU. Because we left the EU, they're doing shit like that on purpose to undermine the UK because we left the EU. I do believe that
France.
That is part of the situation there. But yeah, no, like
We
she
should start sending people to France.
yeah,
That'd be
yeah,
funny as
send them all to France.
yeah, just any like prisoners or anything like that. Just do the
Yeah.
Australia scheme, but now
Yeah,
just
the new-
straight to France with you.
Yeah, fuck Rwanda off. We're sending them to France now.
Yeah.
Kenya
Yeah.
and from
It's
Daisy.
cheaper on Ryanair and that.
Yeah, exactly. Just Eurostar. Just pack them up.
Yeah.
So, Lorenzo, your question started by talking about houses, roads, and GPs. We need to build 150,000 social homes a year to tackle the crisis in our housing. The roads are in a mess because the Conservatives have cut local authority budgets between 25 and 40%. That's why public services are on their knees. And the Conservatives promised at the last general election to recruit 6,000 GPs. We now have fewer GPs per head right across our country.
It kind of
That's
looks
why
like
our
her
public
mouth is
services
being
are on their
superimposed
knees.
onto
So
her
is he wrong
face.
to say that he thinks immigration is partly to blame?
When
Her
she
mouth
talks.
is huge.
Yeah, it looks like it's one of those things where like it's a TikTok filter where you're talking and it puts it on
Oh
someone
yeah, with the
else's
little
face.
yeah, it is a little bit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of mouth, if you know what I'm saying. Hey, I'm telling you, man, fruity cocktails after work. She's a good one.
Bro.
What I would say
I
that
don't
actually
need
is
a
to do
lot.
with the Conservative choices, because at the same time as eroding all of that investment,
Look at
they've
that
made
tight-
choices to
tight
give a tax
mouth
cut to
on
the big
Penny there.
banks. But on the issue of immigration, I would say the Conservatives have made a
Pursed lips.
complete mess, both of migration system, but also of the asylum system. And we have the worst of both worlds. We have people who are desperate, who are fleeing war and persecution, arriving on small boats. And at the same time, we have our NHS, our social care, we have hospitality and engineering. None of them can recruit the staff that they need with the skills to boost our economy. So Liberal Democrats have said on
Can't work
care in
out how old
particular,
she is.
we
There's
should
so
give
much
care
about her
workers
that just
a
seems
higher minimum
uncanny to me.
wage, £2 higher, invest in our
Old
care
and
workers,
young at
give
the
them
same time.
status, give them
Yeah, I know.
progression in the workforce. And then when we still have skills gaps, invite people in from other countries and welcome them when they come.
Okay. Carla Denny, what would the Green Party do about immigration?
First of all, reflecting
This is
back to
interesting.
what Nigel Farage said, how cold-hearted do you have to be to not want people who are coming here on work visas to be able to bring their husbands or wives or infant children?
I don't think it's a question of cold-heartedness. How cold-hearted do you have to be to disregard the public, the British public who are meant to be voting for you? Who are meant to be the people that you are actually spending the money on, that the whole government is for in the first place. To then,
No, I just want to see how she makes this about climate change. That's
yeah,
what I
true.
wanna
She
see.
will swing this. To be fair, she will swing this in some way. But like, it's just, to me, this can go both ways. Like, you want to call him
I know how she's
cold-hearted.
gonna do it. She's gonna start talking about climate refugees. She's gonna say if we don't sort out the climate,
yes, you're
people are gonna
right.
have to
You're
move.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 100% right. She probably will mention that. But I just think, like, this whole point can go two ways, though. Like, you want to be cold-hearted about people coming over, but you're being cold-hearted about the people that are already here, that have paid into the taxes, that are paid in with the national insurance, that have... You know what I mean? Like, how
I
cold-hearted
get
are
her
you?
point. I get her point. I do get it. If I'm, but then again, I've got a mate who's just got a work visa to America. He can't bring anyone.
Yeah. And I don't think that's cold-hearted. That's up to them and their country to do that. It's not...
Yeah.
Nobody is entitled to somebody else's country. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And even when you get in, it's like, and your mum's entitled as well.
Yeah. And it's like, don't get me wrong, yeah, I do actually feel for these people, and we got to have some... There has to be something on the global scale of dealing with refugees and all this kind of stuff. I'm not trying to disregard these people in all regards, but it seems like they put all that first before the actual people of the country, when the people of the country should be coming first, and that is the end all and be all of the situation. When this is an election for the government of this country, it should be for the people of this country first, and then we talk about refugees and immigrants after. You know what I mean? And like, those should be included, and we should have care for those people, but it's in the means of what we can actually do. You know what I mean? Rather than just being like, fuck it, open it up to everyone and do whatever the fuck we want. You came over, we'll bring all your family over too. Like, it can't be like that. Like, that is just a terrible incentive to send to the global audience. It's a terrible message, because it just says, we've just got an open door then, and you can get whatever you want. You can get free healthcare, you can get all the housing you want, and blah, blah, blah. And all the people that live in this country can go fuck themselves. Like, it's like, what the fuck, man? You're meant to be for this country. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's so stupid. I'm gonna run to the toilet really quick on this note. I don't know if you want to quickly have a little look at the chat and stuff.
Oh yeah,
See
the
if there's
chat, we're
anything
up
to
to
say.
date.
Just while I'm gone, I'll
We're all up
literally
to
be
date.
2 minutes. I'll only be 2 minutes, but I'll
do a little diatribe. Could you get a picture of Penny up? Fuck. God damn. We're penniless. We're penniless economically, and we're penniless politically on this. Now would be a good time to highlight what I'm sure many of you have noticed, which is the shockingly beautiful young lady in the background. That is my future wife, guys. Okay? The most beautiful person ever. The question is, will she make me a cup of tea? Spend a penny. Oh yeah, that's a good... Oh, bro, that's good banter right there. This guy's on it. All right, now, operation, get the missus to make us some tea. I'm going to turn the mic down so you don't hear the profanity that I use when I talk to my girlfriend. She wants to talk about the broken microwave. I want to talk about the fact I want a cup of tea. It's not good. Where's our boy? Maybe I should use this opportunity. Hello, hello.
Hello. All right. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries, brother.
Yeah. Spend a penny. That's all right.
Yeah, that was a good one.
All right. Yeah. Let's get back into it. Sorry about that.
With them.
Quick bathroom break.
The Green Party takes...
You would not want to cut immigration?
The Green Party takes a totally different approach to immigration. When it's hard to get an affordable home, when it's hard to access public services like a GP, when the roads are poorly maintained, I can absolutely understand, Lorenzo, why you're angry about these things. I am too. But I am clear that the reason for these services being run into the ground is not people coming here, whether they're coming here fleeing violence and
just complete denial. Okay.
Persecution as asylum seekers, or whether they're coming here to work in many of our understaffed sectors like health and social care. If you meet a migrant in the NHS, they're more likely to be treating you, as I was the last time I saw a GP, than being ahead of you in the queue.
That's probably true.
Migration.
No.
Mind you, I don't know. It depends where you go.
The proportions.
There's a local hospital near me that.
No.
When you go in the waiting room, it kind of doesn't seem that way.
The proportions to people using the NHS versus doctors coming in to be part of the NHS is way lopsided. Like, what the fuck is she on about?
Be, doesn't it? Yeah.
What the fuck is she talking about, man?
It does feel that way. Sometimes. Well, I mean, if you say it, people will believe it.
Yeah, I mean, she's just doing the virtue signal stuff, but it's just like that. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, what, you get like 20 doctors, but you get like 200 people also coming in trying to use the NHS as well. Like, it's not a good.
It's probably not even that. But anyway, hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna grab a bit. My girlfriend won't get me one because she's cleaning the microwave. Okay.
Damn it.
I didn't think the microwave was dirty personally, but we'll agree to disagree.
Damn it all.
Be right back.
Oh, she's spying on you. But yeah, by the way, guys, everyone that's in the chat, if you want to give a like and subscribe to the channel, we're going to be covering all these debates as they come along for the next couple of weeks. Obviously, we're going to give it a little bit of humour, give our takes, give our prescriptions. We don't necessarily have a dog in this race in the sense of, like, we're married to any one particular political party, or at least I'm not. I'm leaning a little bit towards Labour in certain respects. I'm also leaning a little bit towards Reform. Could go either way for me. But I want to hear your opinions in the chat as well. If you want to get involved in the chat, get in there. We will be checking it periodically and reading out some of those chats as well. So if you've got an opinion, let us know. And if you like... Go on, sorry.
The missus has decided that now we need a new microwave.
Oh, okay.
Because she's cleaned the microwave or something, but now she's worried to microwave the cleaning products that are in there. She's worried there's chemical residue.
Oh my
So it's going to be a new microwave.
You know what you need to do? Just put it on with nothing in there. Put it on for a minute while there's nothing in there. The heat will kill everything.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. It's that's what we're worried about. Is just burning all the chemicals, and then it goes in the air or something.
Nah.
Mate.
Nah, you're fine.
I know, bro.
Give your
But
head a
when
wobble.
she gets something like this in her head, there's nothing you can do. We need a new microwave. That's the only option.
Well, you're gonna need to get a new microwave every time you need to clean it.
Apparently, fucking so.
What the
Are we gonna
fuck?
get a new microwave every time we need to clean it? What's the plan then?
Nah, give your head a
She
wobble.
microwaved a plate that was non-microwavable.
Oh wow, end of the world situation.
Apparently it is. Because yeah, she's not very pleased about that. Anyway, go on.
Yeah,
Sorry, there's
continue,
bigger
guys.
issues at play in the country.
Let's continue. One of the biggest political issues of our times.
Migration's been a good thing for this country. And so in the Green Party, our immigration policy is not about arbitrary numbers. That's why we're not talking about caps. Instead, it's about making our immigration system fairer and more humane.
Carla Denyer, thank you very much. So we still have quite a few more questions to come. Meanwhile, I want to mention that online on the BBC Live page, our colleagues at BBC Verify are fact-checking the claims that are made here on stage. And let us turn with that to our next question, which is from Suzanne Ollerton.
My husband and I both work. We've got good jobs and we're not eligible for benefits. Our lifestyle isn't extravagant. What we earn goes on gas, electricity, mortgage and food. We are working to survive, not live. This isn't sustainable. Who will change things for working people?
Thank you, Suzanne, for your question. Rena Pureworth.
Bit of a broad question.
Change
really.
is a key word. It's a change election, isn't it? The sadness is there'll be a change in Downing Street. I'm quite sure that Keir Starmer will become the Prime Minister in 4 weeks' time. But what change does that represent? I will always argue that you need a plurality of voices making the case for exactly what you're looking for. What are the answers when you have two parties converging on public spending? Converging on taxation? Who's going to make sure that you're able to see the investment in housing for your children, to see the investment in getting rid of the two-child benefit cap in order for parents to be able to look after their children and take children out of poverty? I believe that the real frustration in this election is the lack of change on offer from the Labour Party. Whether you liked him or not, there was a feeling. I was still working as a journalist back in the 90s when Tony Blair came in. At least there was a feeling of something different happening. I'm just not sensing that, which is why we in Plaid Cymru say the Tories are gone. Labour are going to come into power. But let's, for goodness sake, make sure that people who feel ignored, as you do, are heard by that Labour Party.
Bit of a nebulous answer. But I will say, just on that point, who do we feel out of any of these parties is really going to give any kind of change?
I mean, there's one answer, really.
There's only one.
There's only one. Yeah.
It's true. It is true.
I don't know. I feel like there'd be a lot of change maybe under Greens.
That would be, I suppose so, yeah. But not the kind of change we're looking for, I guess. But yeah, no, I do agree with you on that. But
I wonder if they got in, if like some miraculous thing they woke up and won. I wonder if they'd be like, oh, fuck.
Look, we've actually got to deliver on this shit now. Fuck, we were just virtue signaling before. Now what are we going to do?
When they
well
came
done,
in,
Gav,
because
you've
change
got it.
has to mean something, and that's what's important.
Angela Rayner, Rena Pureworth charges that change is not really going to come with any Labour government.
Well, look, there's been no vote cast at this general election, and Suzanne, I absolutely understand what you're saying. The cost of living, you can't escape what's happened, and Liz Truss crashed the economy, which sent mortgages going sky high.
Liz.
We've been at the mercy of the global energy prices, and therefore energy prices have gone significantly high for people, and also food prices. So Labour's first plan and priority is to secure the economy. We will never go fast and loose with public finances because it's working people who are paying the price for that. And Great British Energy, which is putting a windfall tax on the big oil and gas companies, which will allow us to set up the publicly owned energy company, which will give taxpayers money back, bring down bills and make us secure for our energy needs for the future and create thousands of jobs here in the UK. That is real change. That's how we'll deliver an economy that works for working people. And the Tories should never be allowed to forget that the reason they're in the cost of living crisis now is because they
Penny
crashed the
just
economy
staring her
and
down.
went
I
fast
love
and
it.
loose with the public finances.
The daggers have been
So
great.
this is what I mean.
Unfazed.
This is what I mean when I say this election is about the cost of living. And what you have been going through and many other people have been going through, it's exhausting and we need to bring it to an end. We have supported people through some very difficult times. That has been expensive. But we are now in the recovery. The economy is doing much better. We're outperforming America on growth. We're outperforming Europe on inflation. Those are your achievements.
But inequality continues to get worse.
If that's true, that's a good talking point. If that is true, but realistically,
I'm gonna fact check up.
But realistically, those things are still high. Those things are still not doing great. So it seems like a bit of a moot point to a degree. Because it's like, have you even really got a tangible plan to lower prices? You know?
Yeah, we got. I'm looking at this. It says we've grown 0.1%.
What?
The average annual GDP growth per year has been 1.6% compared to 2.2% during the previous Labour government. Yeah, so it says 2021 was 8.7. Is this GDP growth? That's wild. And then 3.4, sorry, 4.3 in 2022, and then 0.1 in 2023.
So,
Yeah.
wait, so in the 2 years before 2023, we had like substantial GDP growth.
It seems so.
But then in 2023, we had like minimal, like to the point where it was basically nothing.
Yeah. And then in 2020, we had minus 10%.
And that would have been because of COVID and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, so I think it's probably the minus 10%. It was probably the swing back was that 8% because we're measuring it from that minus 10% benchmark.
But that's still a
Yeah.
loss of 2%.
Yeah.
And then what was the
And
year
then
after that again?
4.3.
4.3. So we made up another 2 point something.
Yeah, and then we 0.1.
Which means that it's actually kind of faulty, really.
Yeah.
Like it's not really a great, in the grand scheme of things, that's not the greatest recovery. It's probably, as she says, on the global scale and the global scheme of things, it could be not the worst comparatively to other places. But
I'm looking forward to the knife crime. This is a good website. Oh wait, this is the Times. I thought they were on the BBC one. I'm on the Times one, but it's doing all the TV fact check debate stuff.
Okay. Yeah,
I've got it here, mate. So we
yeah,
can
keep that up because we'll probably need to come back to that at some point. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. All right. Well, but yeah, I'm still. It's like I feel like she's doing a much better job than Rishi, just generally speaking. But she's in a very sticky situation because her Tory government have caused a lot of the issues that we're running into here. Now she's trying to pretend like they've got the answers to rectify it. But it's
Stanley in the chat says all of these parties have 10x the history and funding, probably years of debate coaching. Yet Farage is leagues above them all somehow because he's got Riz, baby. He just has it. He's got the X factor.
But he also talks like a person as well. Yeah, that's another thing.
That. Notice she's a rare politician that will actually point. Usually this is like what they've kind of come up with. It's got the kind of power of a point, but not as aggressive. Our gal Penny, she's pointing left, right, and center. She's ready. She's got poor Angela Rayner she was so upset when she found out she was next to her. She's literally quaking in her boots, as I would be. Rock on.
I think optically, I think Penny does a much better job. Like, if she was Tory leader, they would have a much better chance of winning this election, I think.
You know, she is like Thatcher's her hero. You know it.
100%. Yeah, gotta be.
This person lives and breathes. She'd wore black on the day that Margaret Thatcher died.
Yeah, she was literally. She was like the North Koreans when Kim Jong Un or whatever his name was died. It's like
She was the
screaming
national
and
anthem.
wailing
Yeah.
on the floor.
She threw herself in front of a bus. Luckily, it was late under the Tory government.
But I just think that like she's in this unfortunate situation where she could be a good leader, but because she's got to answer for the Tory government for the past 14 years.
That's pretty rough.
And because of that, she's kind of on the back foot, and she's doing a very good job of dealing with that on an optics level. But for any discerning person who is watching this, I don't know if they're going to be thoroughly convinced.
Yeah, no. And I think it's usually the more discerning that watch. Or maybe it's the more undecided that watch. I don't know.
I don't know either way, to be honest. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure how many people even really watch this.
Yeah.
To be frank.
It's just us, mate.
Yeah, it's just
And he's doing it all for me. And not fucking you, Thought Patrol, you dumb bitch.
Stop antagonizing the chat.
Yeah.
No, do it. It's funny.
Recovery going is to give you more money in your pockets. That is why this election must be about us cutting your taxes. We've already started doing that,
give a like and
you have
subscribe.
already heard some
We're covering all
announcements.
these
You'll see
debates.
more in our manifesto next week. We have got to cut people's taxes, and we have got to alleviate burdens on
do an
business.
election mode special.
Angela Rayner and the Labour Party.
Right. I hate it when the Tories say this. We've got to cut taxes and stuff, right? The reason I hate it is because they don't specify what taxes. And
yeah.
And they're not specifying how that's actually going to translate to regular working people in that tax thing. So, say for instance they cut taxes on the rich, they could be fulfilling their pledge of cutting taxes, but that's not necessarily going to translate to the working people.
Yeah,
So,
I need you to cut taxes on the poors. That's your boy. Okay.
But I mean, realistically, it's got to be VAT for me. For me, the biggest tax to cut is VAT, 100%. And if you're going to raise any taxes or whatever, it's got to be, like you said on the last stream, on luxury items and stuff like that. So instead of directly taxing the mega rich on like their incomes and stuff,
they did a luxury items thing before, and it was all fucked up because like you're there in Parliament, but there was biscuits were luxury items, but cakes weren't luxury items. And that is why my beloved Jaffa cakes did not see a price rise.
Well, okay, that to me is more superfluous because whatever they were doing there is retarded. When I'm talking about luxury items, I'm talking about, like you were saying on the last stream, like, you know, your yachts and your mansions and your da-da-da. I think, like, there does have to be some reform on the tax situation. There does have to be some change there. I'm not trying to say that we should just target the mega rich on everything all the time, because I do think that can be counterproductive. I think the better question is closing loopholes. So instead of raising the taxes, just close the loopholes so they have to pay the specific taxes that they already have to pay, rather than trying to skirt those taxes. That would be 100%. a better thing to do.
One of my jiu-jitsu boys is a Cayman Islands accountant, and
hang him.
I'm pretty sure. Nah, he's a fucking legend, bro. If I could do what he does, I'd probably be doing it. I don't know.
Well, that's just the incentives, though. That's just the incentives. I don't begrudge people indulging in the incentives that have been given to them by the governments. What I'm asking the governments to do is to change those incentives. That's what I'm asking. And
right, rock and roll. Let's listen to him.
Yeah, sorry, go on. I'm just fucking rambling now, but yeah, it just annoys me when they start bringing up the taxes and they're very vague about it.
Keir Starmer confirmed this earlier this week. They are going to put up your taxes by £2,000.
That's a lie.
By £2,000
All right, let's fact check this
£2,000.
Yeah, go on. Let's do it. Let's put this to bed.
They are banging it out left, right, and centre. Tax has been a big topic. Yada yada. The Office of Statistics Regulation has criticised the claims, saying anyone who heard this figure would not know it is actually the total sum over 4 years. They will raise your tax. That is so sneaky. So yeah, £2,000 tax up over 4 years. So actually, £500 tax up a year.
And for what brackets, though? And for what taxes?
Labour said the claim was a lie. Rishi Sunak versus QC. Debate fact checking. Let's have a little look. Okay, for each household, made up figure, yada yada, yada yada. It says it will not put up income tax, national insurance, or VAT. Sunak has doubled down. Yeah, there's nothing really there. I mean,
so it's dubious. Like they're saying they're going to raise taxes, but well, what taxes are actually going up?
not income tax and not VAT.
That doesn't make any sense. So I'm assuming maybe it might be corporate
or
tax?
national insurance. Yeah, that seems like something they do. The millionaires and billionaires.
But then that would not necessarily affect. But then it could affect prices potentially. But
yeah, all my Freddo frogs are going to keep getting smaller, bro. And at some point, a man's going to do something crazy.
Mate, we need to save the Freddos. Oh my god,
bro. Oh, because they, the only way I used to understand the economy was through
the
watching
Freddo
the price
economy.
of Freddos at one point. When there were, I come from a time where I think a Freddo was either 5 or 10p at one time.
10p a Freddo, yeah.
10p a Freddo. How much is a Freddo right now?
I'm gonna make a wager. It's 25p.
Bro, bro. If it's under 50p, I'll be surprised.
It's not over 50p. No way. It can't be.
Okay, touche. You're bang on the money. It's 25p.
25p. Fuck yeah.
Oh, I'm pissed off at that. I am upset.
But that's still a lot, though. That's a big increase.
Maybe to you Welshies, bro. I'll be eating Freddos all night now.
Mate,
for a quid.
I'm taking out a mortgage to get a Freddo.
Okay, hold on. I would like to say that bar is 18 grams. I would like to see how much the original Freddos weighed, because this could impact things. Because it's Freddo per penny. Freddo weight.
Oh yeah, the weight would have gone down 100%.
Bro, they were 20 grams in 2007. Now it's 18 grams.
Wow.
So they are 10% lighter, which means we will be adding 2.5p to that price.
That's insane. 10% lighter, but what is it, like several 100% dearer?
Well, I've got some light news for you, and that the actual bang on original Freddo was 17 grams.
Oh, so they
So we're actually
increased.
up 1 gram.
Yeah.
They went to 20 grams in 2007, which I think was probably after my Freddo eating time. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you eat Freddos under 10. Bro, I'm all bunged up. I had way too much to drink last night. I'm in a terrible place. Okay, I'm in a terrible
You sound
place.
great. You sound fantastic. You sound healthy.
I Penny seeing me like this.
Just get yourself a glass of orange juice. You'll be all right.
I'll be all right.
Your government have raised taxes to the record level in 70 years.
Yeah,
the last
we have,
parliament,
and we've hated
26
putting
different
taxes up. We have now been cutting taxes. We will continue to cut taxes. The country can afford it.
You're using
£2,000.
Penny Morden, you're using a figure that's been criticised by the UK Statistics Watchdog.
Costings and Labour's
Why don't you stand by your record? Record levels of taxes on working people. 26 separate tax hikes in the last parliament.
About 12 new taxes that Labour are going to bring in.
Absolute rubbish. We've absolutely guaranteed we will not raise taxes for working people in this country.
How are you going to close that gap?
That working people is probably going to be doing a lot of work.
I'm going
Which
to.
policies are you going to take out of your manifesto?
Which ones
that you
how
did
we would pay for our
No, you
manifesto?
haven't.
Okay, it's time. It's time to hear from the others.
Pay for our
Angela Rayner, it's time to hear from the others. Carla Denia.
Well, that was terribly dignified, wasn't it?
The PMS is strong in this one. Go.
Returning to the question, you don't have to be an economist to see that our economy is not working for the majority of people. Penny is talking about a cost of living crisis, and yes, of course, that's what it is, but you might more accurately describe it as an inequality crisis, because actually some people in this country have been doing very, very well. Some people got substantially wealthier during the pandemic while many of the rest of us struggled.
True.
It doesn't have to be like this. We could have well-paid jobs, secure jobs, and a welfare system that really acts as the safety net we need to catch people when they fall. A green economy would create jobs, well-paid jobs distributed all over the country, for example, on a nationwide home insulation programme, which would bring down everyone's bills, help with the cost of living in the here and now, give us warmer, more comfortable homes, create hundreds of thousands of green jobs, and support local businesses. And the Greens would provide a real safety net, starting with a £15 minimum wage for all ages, removing the ageist cap on young working adults.
Mate, this is just inflation central. Like, everything she's saying, on a surface level, sounds good. But she's on about coupling all this with mass immigration. She's saying, oh, you can have all these secure jobs. Well, jobs are finite. There's a certain amount of number of jobs per year or at any given time that are out there for people. If you're bringing in loads of immigrants as well, they're taking that up from the normal British people as well. So then you're creating a conflict there. Then you're also creating a demand on the housing and stuff. And then you're talking about raising the minimum wage, which puts a strain on small businesses and stuff like that cannot necessarily afford those wages. You're basically asking for more inflation. Like, it's just insane what she's talking about. Like, everything she's saying is more of a virtue signal than rooted in any kind of economic theory or knowledge. Like, it's... Are
we seeing some Green Party economics?
Yeah, I'm basically saying that, like, she's talking about having a £15 minimum wage and all this stuff, and then she's also in the same breath talking about bringing in loads of immigrants. She's talking about...
Oh shit, I never even thought about that. Yeah, that's a 1-2 punch that's going to be pretty strong. The whole point of immigrants is to pay them £2.99 an hour. That's why we do it.
But it's just everything she's saying is just a virtue signal. Basically, it's like it's not well thought out economically into
the problem
a
is
system.
I'm not worth £15 an hour. Harry, this guy, there's nothing I could be up to where I will produce £15 of value in 60 minutes. I can't do it. Okay, I just literally am not capable of that. I will be unhireable if this comes in. It'll be impossible.
But also, it's irrelevant to the point, because the minimum wage might as well be zero, because it basically it's all relative. The money is relative. So if you just have a £15 minimum wage, then if all the prices and stuff go up as well, and then you've got more demand on houses because of the immigrants, you've got more demand on the NHS service and all this stuff, it basically makes that increase completely invalid. And it's already happened with the local increase in
It's happened with Freddo's, mate.
It's happening with Freddo's. The Freddo economy. We have to acknowledge this. Like, I'm sorry, but everything she's saying is inflation central. It's literally inflation central.
What's the minimum wage right now?
I think it's for over 25s. I think it's £11 something. I think.
Okay, yeah. So if she increases that by £4, but Freddo's go up to 80p, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, what is the point? We're never going to be able to get a fucking Freddo again.
It'll be over.
An immediate uplift to universal credit, and my final point, removing the cruel 2-child benefit cap that both the Conservatives and Labour's party support.
Okay. One thing I will say, the only good thing she said is removing the 2-child credit cap.
Yeah.
And the only reason I say that is because we have a problem with incentivizing people to have children. We need to get that replacement rate up.
Yeah.
And we can't be relying on immigration for everything. We have to be looking at our own populations. So, we have to get that replacement rate up. And one of the best ways to do that, give a child tax credit to, however, obviously it can't be abused like it has been in the past. So there has to be some way that we can taper that. I don't know exactly how, maybe other people will have answers for that. But getting rid of this 2-child tax credit thing, 100% with that at the very least. But that's the only good thing she said. Literally everything else is fucking bullshit. And to be fair, that coupled with everything else she's saying is inflation central. Literally inflation central. Like she has not got a cohesive economic model in mind. It's just
or even understanding.
Yeah, it's literally she's just saying everything that she thinks will free stuff. Basically, she is the stereotype of the typical Labour thing. Free stuff, everybody. It's free stuff. It's literally that is the stereotype that she is.
Get those Obama phones.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That is literally it.
Even though it holds 250,000 children down in poverty.
Thank you, Carla Denia. Nigel Farage.
I have to say, I think a lot of working people like you feel quite resentful. The harder you work, the more taxes you pay, the less disposable income you have, and yet there are increasingly people opting just not to work, and that number has rocketed over the course of the last few years. So I understand how you feel. Your energy bills are too expensive. They have been for the last 20 years. Why? Because we load money, we load tax onto your energy bill to give to wind farm companies. It's kind of the poorer in society giving to the richer in society. Rents, cost of housing, too high. That links back to the previous question. The population explosion has made housing, whether you buy them or rents, too expensive. Reducing net migration to zero would ease that. Getting rid of those subsidies on your energy bills would ease that. But the big one's taxes. You know, even during Tony Blair's time, the top rate of tax was 40p in this country, and it was paid by 1.5 million people. By the end of 2027, 8 million people will be paying 40p tax. So we're dragging more and more people doing middle-income jobs into higher and higher taxation. And that's why life is so tough. And to hear Penny Mordaunt, whose government have put the tax burden up to the highest in this country since 1948, pretending they're a tax-cutting party, frankly, it is dishonesty on a breathtaking scale.
Stephen Flynn.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, he just cooks.
I'm incredible.
He just cooks.
He just
gets up there and just believable. And it just honestly does feel like he is the voice of reason on that stage, which is obviously what he's trying to go for. He's trying to go for that, like, Pierre, who's that guy in Canada? It's just like,
oh,
look,
yeah, I know
common sense stuff. And I think he's doing a bloody good job of it. And I thought he'd be a little bit more bullish, a little bit more bullshy, to be honest. And I think he should probably get his elbows out and get more involved, because this is the problem. It actually ends up just a debate of Labour versus Conservatives.
Yes.
With kind of other participants. They're always there battling with each other, the big wigs in the room. Fucking Farage, I reckon that's why they've put him right over the others. Nah, they drew lots. I'm just chatting shit. But I wish imagine maybe the whole future of the country might be different if he was in the middle of those two. If they drew lots and Farage, they were having a talk back and forth. It would
be different, because yes, they've drawn lots, but where they've placed them on the stage is a factor.
No, they drew lots for their position on the stage.
No, I think it's they drew lots for who was going to answer who they were going to come to for each question. So it was like, so we drew lots for who was going to answer first, who was going to answer first for each question and stuff. I think.
Oh, okay. Because I thought they drew lots as to actually where they were stood on the stage.
No, I don't think so. I think.
Well, in that case, yeah, then that's fucked. They've literally put them way away from the two main.
Yeah, they've done that on purpose. They put them two together on purpose, obviously, to have them argue.
The cat fight.
But yeah, if he was close to them or in between them, and they're going back and forth, he would be well involved in that conversation, and they didn't want that to happen. Totally.
Yeah, we need Vince McMahon involved in this.
Vince McMahon, no chance. That's what you got. But yeah, I will say the one thing that he's a little weak on at this point is that he's very good at criticizing what they're doing, and he's doing that in a very tangible, easy to understand way.
That's what anyone's doing, is the thing, yeah.
But I think he does need to be a little stronger on what his party is actually going to do, though. You know what
Everyone
I mean?
on stage is suffering from that.
They are, but Labour have actually put out some policy. Even the Tories have put out some policy. Even
Greens
SNP
have.
and yeah, they've put out some things that they're saying they're going to do. I don't know. I haven't heard as much of that from Farage necessarily.
Yeah, no, you're dead right. I think he's trying to show that he knows what the problems are and can actively, he can say, look, he can diagnose things better, and then therefore he's hoping people assume he can treat things better. But he hasn't given the
yeah,
answers
that's
to
not
that.
necessarily true. And like
Other than getting net migration down to equal levels. But then again, it's like, how you could then ask, how do you do that? Because everyone's going to say they're going to bring it down. But for some reason, it seems to be a really fucking difficult thing to do.
Yeah, and to be fair, he hasn't necessarily even outlined a decent way of how he's actually going to do that either.
The problem is, I think what happens is that the UK is basically ran by the bank, the British bank or whatever it is, the Bank of England.
Yeah.
And this is what happened with Liz Truss, is that our whole economy is based off of forecasts. So if the bank says the economy's going to be good, then everyone's like, oh, whoop-de-doo. If the bank says we're about to head into, things are about to be awful, obviously everyone panics. And then if you do certain things, the bank's like, I don't think that's going to be very good for your forecast, my friend. And then they end up just running the gaff.
And also, I just want to make a point about the central bank. They have been wrong about so many economic forecasts that they have given.
Yeah.
They've been wrong time and time and time again. I don't know why anyone would even trust them to give an accurate reading of like what would happen economically with anything.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like even their forecasts with Brexit and all that stuff, it was like doom and gloom with them, and it was the complete opposite, generally speaking.
I don't know. I think it depends what we're in a somewhat doom and gloom situation now.
Yeah, but that's to do with so many other things. It's not just Brexit. I'm talking about this is before all that shit happened.
Yeah.
And when
there was a pretty sweet time. I just want to go back to 2012. Bro, I love 2012. Do you remember 2012? Fuck me, man.
The days of 2012.
That was such a good time.
Black Eyed Peas were top of the charts.
Gav,
oh, go on.
Gav is in the chat telling us all to buy gold. No to central bank digital currencies. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that.
Yeah,
but,
I agree with that as well. Yeah.
Silver and gold is money. Well, there you go. I actually am thinking about buying some goddamn just rocks of precious metals.
To be fair, it's probably the better way to go overall. I think digital currency is they have a place for where we're at the moment, but long term they're basically nothing, I don't think they just don't really exist, and I don't think like in this world that we live in a material world where people are trading actual goods and services and stuff, I just don't see how digital currencies will actually have a realistic impact. Like people want to have something to hold on to.
Yeah, but I don't hold on to money anymore. It's all just in my credit card.
I know what you're saying. We're already a part of the way there, but it's related to physical currency. It's related to the products and services. It's related to the production.
100%.
So all that stuff is related to material goods, whereas the digital currencies aren't, and they, to me, are a little bit of a scam. But that, to be fair, that's a completely different debate. We don't need to get into all that right now.
Yeah, let's see what the gang is saying.
But just as a short statement, I just think we don't want to go down the digital currency way. I think that's definitely a bad path.
To hear about the challenges that you've faced, and it's the same for millions of people right across these aisles, and it's simply not good enough. We know the damage that the Tories have caused to the economy as a result of Liz Truss's mini-budget, but I'm afraid the challenges facing the economy are much deeper than that. Firstly, there's austerity. 14 years of austerity, and I must re-emphasise the fact that there's £18 billion worth of cuts baked in, which neither the Labour Party nor the Conservative Party are being honest about. Instead, they're having the worst of Westminster argument between them tonight, instead of being honest with you about the fiscal outlook going forward. But there's also a conspiracy of silence on one other issue, and that's Brexit.
I'm liking this conspiracy
because Brexit has impacted the economy more than the COVID pandemic. It has put your food bills up completely unnecessarily.
That's a
It
bit
has
of
been
a
an
fucking claim.
unmitigated
Where's he getting that
disaster.
from? Brexit was worse for the economy than shutting the whole thing down.
Yeah, no way. Complete
There's
bullshit.
just no way. All right,
Yeah,
rock and roll. This guy is a shady geezer in my opinion.
Yeah, this guy, that's complete bullshit. Like, the whole lockdowns and everything was the biggest contributor to the inflation.
I mean, how on earth could it not be? It's like you'd have to work really hard to convince me that, you know, because obviously Brexit, EU, all that stuff is super important for economies. I don't understand how, but I know that it is. But also the fact that I didn't go outside for 2 years, I know that had something to do with it, bro. I know that was a pretty big one.
Again, it goes back to Econ 101, right? Like your supply and demand, right? Your supply is all those businesses and services that were in function before the lockdowns. You have the lockdowns, you're shutting all that down. You're only having key, very particular things in play while those lockdowns happen. That means you're having like a big restriction on the supply side, massive restrictions. And then you're also on the demand side, you're inflating the money supply massively. So that is literally that. If you want inflation, that is literally how you make it happen. There's like no other way. And the Brexit
I'm so
thing,
pissed off I didn't get furlough. Did you get furlough?
I did, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Bro, you bum. You are the reason that we're all so fucking poor right now.
Hey, I didn't make the fucking policy.
Yeah, this all comes down to a sense.
I just had to do what they were telling me to do.
I didn't get a single day off. I didn't get a single day off the whole fucking time because I'm already a little fucking computer bitch typing away and doing stuff for a job. Oh, bro, I was so upset. Sorry, not even that relevant. Back to this bald wanker.
But just to finish the point for Brexit, the Brexit situation in the short term would have had an effect on the economy, of course, because it's an adjustment period to adjust into trading with other countries and amending our standards and all that kind of stuff. But realistically, long term, Brexit was actually, and still is, and can be, very big boon to the economy in a myriad of different ways. You're basically just opening up the country to more trade outside of the EU. We can still trade with the EU, and we can trade outside the EU in a much more flexible way, which means that our country would fundamentally, it would benefit from that. But it happened at the same time as all this shit was happening. So now they're trying to lump it in. They're trying to lump in Brexit with all this other shit, the Ukrainian war and the lockdowns and all this stuff. Those things are more significant on our rates of inflation than Brexit ever would be. And ever
It's so
is.
hard to know what is to blame for anything anymore because everything's so fucked up at once. It's just like, how am I meant to diagnose a problem when we're leaving, wars going on, everything you just said? It's wild. Go on, yeah. I'm super keen to know what this guy. Yeah. I've got a passionate dislike for him now, and I didn't even know he existed a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I'm not liking him either. He's doing a lot of virtue signal type shit. He's trying to run the gamut of these different talking points of, I'm going to hammer in on Brexit because that's what Tories wanted to do or whatever. I'm going to hammer him on immigration because that's the virtue signal thing I can do. It's very boilerplate in terms of kind of like this progressive style politics type stuff. So yeah, it's very disingenuous in my opinion.
For the economy. And that is why at this election you need to ignore the snake oil salesman who delivered Brexit, and you need to challenge the Labour Party and the Conservative Party about why they aren't seeking to rejoin the single market, why they aren't seeking to double down on making sure that we return to freedom of movement, and why we aren't investing in our renewables future.
And our exports are at a record high.
Penny, you know for a fact that Brexit has wiped £40 billion worth of tax receipts out of the UK economy. You did that because you were terrified of Nigel Farage. The worrying thing for me, though, is it's not Nigel. It's the silence of the Labour Party when it comes to the damage of Brexit. Silence on £18 billion of cuts. Silence on Brexit. The public deserve better, and the SNP will provide it.
Daisy Cooper, earlier Stephen Flynn mentioned the austerity years. Your party was alongside the Conservatives in the first part of that.
Well, Liberal Democrats fought the Conservatives every single day in coalition, and we just have to look at the damage that the Conservatives have done on their own since 2015. Not only has there been Brexit, but there has been this awful mini budget. And to go back to Suzanne's question, I speak to hundreds of people in your situation, people who play by the rules, people who work hard, people who pay their taxes, and they've almost got nothing to show for it. And on top of that, when they go to use their public services, everything feels broken. Nothing works.
Yeah, but it's all well and good to be like nothing works, but like what are you doing though? Like what are you proposing alternatively? You know what I mean?
Tough.
This is the one thing that annoys me a little bit about some of these debates is like you got to be proposing something else then.
Apparently Nigel's about to go Super Saiyan,
Oh.
according to our boy Gav B on the response to
what's
that
Gav B
cheeky
saying? What's
Scottish
Gav B
boy.
saying? I gotta see.
No, he just says
wait
that.
for
Wait
Nigel to
finish.
respond. Yes, go on, lad. Let's have it.
There's a reason why the Liberal Democrats were the first party to call for a windfall tax on the big oil and gas companies, because we saw the raw injustice of these big companies raking in billions of pounds of profits when ordinary folk couldn't afford to pay their energy bills. That is one example of how we will tax fairly in this country.
We will need to move on now to our next question. Thank you all for your responses to that one. And our next question comes from Linda Myers.
Good evening. Why is it when parties want your vote, they promise things, but when they're elected, nothing gets done?
Way base! Let's go!
Like Nigel's going to do well on this one.
Yeah.
Well, this is why the Prime Minister made the very clear pledges that he did, and you can measure the progress being made against them. We are making progress in this country. We have been through some very hard times, but the recovery is there. What we must ensure is that that is not choked off, and we must ensure that your taxes are
Like
being
you to choke
lowered.
me off.
That is the pledge that we make to you. And that is what we have been doing with national insurance cuts that we have seen this year. That is what you need. It's not just your taxes that I'm worried about. I'm worried about my constituents being able to afford a Labour government. Angela mentioned GB energy. Do you know what the GB stands for? It stands for giant bills. And more bills are coming with the net zero plans that Labour have.
On that,
That is the most important thing, because everything depends on you having that disposable income. And that is why tax is at the heart of this. The pledges that we are making to you on cutting your taxes, and what Labour will not tell you about the taxes they are going to be putting up.
But personal taxes, Penny Mordaunt, are still rising. Overall, they are still rising due to the freezing of income tax thresholds that you've brought in.
Look, we have had some very difficult times. We have had to spend a lot of money on things like furlough. That was the right thing to do, to keep jobs and livelihoods going, not just hand out welfare payments. The pandemic has been expensive, and we've also had terrible global shocks. We've had to step in and pay people's energy bills. But we are coming through that thanks to your efforts. What you need now is disposable income in your pockets. You need taxes to be cut. We have announced already we're making cuts on your taxes regarding your home, your pension, work. We need to continue to do that. If you get us...
What taxes are you fucking cutting, you dickhead? Like, seriously, like, you're saying you're cutting these taxes, but what actual tangible taxes are you cutting that are actually going to put money in our pockets? Like, if my council tax is coming down, maybe I can agree with this. If my income tax is coming down, maybe I can agree with this. But you're not being specific at all. Like, what fucking taxes are you talking about?
All you're doing is opening yourself up. Because, like, if they say we're going to bring down council tax, okay, brilliant. I absolutely love that. Well, then, now, it's like, okay, well, the councils who are already struggling, this is the reason why the roads are so bad. You just open yourself up. You just got to keep it vague.
That's what I'm saying. But this is why it's not convincing, though. And this is why the tax debate, to me, is not very persuasive. To me, it's more about prices. I want to know if my money's going to go further. I don't care. The money in my bank is relative. It's how far it's actually going to go.
Bro, I was in... where the fuck was I? I was in Europe. I was in a place called Lisbon, bro, is where I was. I always forget where I was.
Portugal.
Fucking £1.80 for a pint, bro.
Mate.
That's €1. €1.80.
Insane.
You're literally paying like there was a group of boys on the other table, and I genuinely thought I didn't even know them. I hadn't even spoken to them. I genuinely just thought as they arrived, I might fuck around and buy that whole table a round of drinks right now because I'm about to go to the bar, you know. And there was 4 of them. I was thinking, €8, not even that. Yeah, fuck, I'll throw that in, get that whole, you know, just say hello. It would like I couldn't buy one drink in London. I went to London and I literally bought a pint for £11 once.
Mate.
It was
You're
wild.
buying a whole table for the price of 1 pint.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's insane. But this is the thing though, is that like this is why I find a lot of this stuff disingenuous. Is because if you're not talking about prices, then you're basically just chatting shit. Like you're just chatting shit. Like in what tangible way are people's lives going to be
Nigel
helped?
would actually speak about this in pints. I would
Yeah, he
half
probably
of me
would,
expect
actually.
Nigel
He
to
probably
literally
would,
go,
yeah.
"You're trying to buy a pint nowadays," and I'm just like, exactly that. That would win in the election right there.
Yeah,
I think
he
if he was just
probably
like,
would.
if he was genuinely like, "Look, mate, I'm going to put a law that says no pints can be more than £7." Gav B in chat says £14 for a pint in London by 2025. I reckon there's probably a bar in London that already has that, but yeah, it's clearly heading in that direction.
Yeah.
I wonder if sugar tax. This is the most animated we've been all fucking stream, but yeah, nah.
Right,
Prices,
I'm gonna
bro.
run to the toilet
Prices.
one more time again, but before
I'll
I
grab a
go,
beer.
I'm gonna say to the chat, get your opinions into the chat. How do you feel each party is doing so far? Who are you leaning more towards?
Yeah, I'm very interested.
Who are you leaning more towards? Are you liking the Labour? Are you liking the Tories? Are you liking
All right.
Nigel?
While we're gone, Martin, you're in charge, mate. You seem like the most sensible in chat by a long way.
I don't think Martin's still here, but we got Gav B, we got Stanley.
Gav B's he's a loose cunt. I can tell. I don't want Gav B in charge. This place will be burnt down by the time I
We're
get
literally
back.
going to be 1 minute. I'm literally going to be 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just
not
gonna
be
grab a
long.
beer. That's all I'm doing.
It's not going to be long, but yeah, get your opinions in the chat. When we get back, we will be addressing your opinions. So let us know what you're thinking about how each party is faring in this debate so far.
All right, okay. I'd like to make a complaint, chat, because this is some bullshit. My girlfriend, she's out now, so I can be real. She doesn't usually tidy, okay? But the one time I'm like, right, me and my boy, we're going to spend about 5 hours in front of the computer shouting at politics and stuff. You know, something that your girlfriend probably isn't that enthusiastic about you doing. That is when suddenly, at the end of it, the whole house has been scrubbed. And now she's going to be going to me, "Oh, no help on that." It's like, you knew I was going to be doing this. You knew I was going to be doing this. And now we have to become, she is always an angel, okay? If she ever listens to this, she's the love of my life. And I will marry her one day. However, this is the type of bullshit that just women do, okay? I love women. Men also do a lot of bullshit. All of those things.
Ooh.
But, okay, look who's back.
Look who's back. Back again.
Did you hear Eminem's new song?
No, I haven't actually.
I can't decide what. To be honest, upon first listening, Andrew, Fantano is not going to be impressed by me. I'd recommend watching the music video with it. It is good fun. I'd say it's good fun. I would not say it's obviously like premium Eminem, but it was good fun.
I haven't
Shane
heard
Gillis
it
was in it.
Was he?
There's like a bit. There's like a bit where he bursts into like the Joe Rogan Experience.
No way. Well, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know anything about. I'm not a big Eminem fan in general, to be honest.
Bruh.
I'm a big rap fan, but I'm not a big Eminem fan. I did like his
That's
earlier albums.
how I got into rap. Yeah.
I did like his earlier albums, but for me, he fell off.
Yeah, hard,
for a while.
But it is like his prime was he's like Whitebeard, you know. His prime, can't even imagine what it was like.
His prime
But
was
now...
good. His first 2 albums, maybe 3 albums, were pretty on point.
Okay, let's not even. Okay, you and me,
Yeah, we're getting
we're
into
gonna
a
turn
debate.
into
We're
Angler
getting into a completely
and
irrelevant
Penny.
debate. But if anyone's got opinions on Eminem's new track, get in the chat and let us know. But yeah, let's carry on. Let's see what Penny's got to say for herself.
We will reduce your taxes. That's in our DNA as Conservatives. That's not what it...
Well, it hasn't been in your DNA for the past 14 years, apparently, according to the statistics and the rising taxes that have been happening over time. So, not very convincing for me right now, what you're saying, unfortunately. And I would like it to be convincing, because I like her energy. But unfortunately, it's not hitting home for me right now. Yeah. Which I think is fair enough.
Is in Labour's DNA. They always put up taxes. They're going to put yours up by £2,000.
She's also on the DNA hype.
And you're going to get a...
Yeah, Keir Starmer was on the DNA hype, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's weird. No, it was Rishi. Who was saying that it's in their DNA to raise taxes.
Oh yeah, he was saying.
Now they're going.
But now she's saying it's in their DNA to cut taxes.
Yeah. No. Now she's saying it's in their DNA to. Oh, is he saying it's in her DNA to cut taxes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't I'm pretty sure. I'll take it back just 20 seconds.
Regarding your home, your pension, work. We need to continue to do that. If you get us, we will reduce your taxes. That's in our DNA as Conservatives.
Yeah.
That's not what is in Labour's DNA. They always put up taxes. They're going to put yours up by £2,000. They're going to increase your energy bills, and you're going to get a whole lot of costs with their net zero plans. My constituents cannot afford that.
Okay.
You cannot afford
Penny
that.
Mordaunt, well, I'm going to stop you there. And I'm also going to point out that the top civil servant in the Treasury said that the Conservative document that included the costs that you're referring to went beyond those provided by the civil service. Nigel Farage.
Well, Linda, I have to say, I think this has been one of the worst general election campaigns so far between the two main parties I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Linda, you know Linda's east as hell.
Clearly, well, very dull in the case of Labour. I mean, sort of Blair without the flair.
Blair without the flair! Let's go!
Blair without the flair. That's an absolute... All right, Nigel was right. He's popping off.
Yeah, he is popping off. But he's right. Like, it's been very bland. They're not giving like very strong convictions, and like with the Tories, the proof is in the pudding kind of a situation where they're paying a lot of lip service, not a lot of actual action. Labour are in a situation where they haven't had hold of the reins, so it's easy for them to point the finger. But are they actually going to do a better job? So he's in a pretty good position to criticize, and I think he's doing a pretty good job. Like, just optically, he's doing a very good job. In the very small amount of time he's had, every single time it's been fairly effective, like pretty damn effective.
Yeah. All right, let's kick him off.
Tonight on the stage, at least she's got some personality. We've got Rishi Slippery Sunak. You know, he's going off. Penny Mordaunt, don't believe any of it. I think it isn't just our public services that are broken. I think our political model is broken. The arguments that are going on the other side of the room here, when the truth is, they don't really disagree on anything. Fictitious numbers like £2,000, £3,000. And that's why reform have risen so quickly in the polls. There is a sense we need a revolt against this system. We need an electoral system where we get some proportional representation in Parliament. We need to break up the current model. And if we get a new kind of politics in Britain, we might just get some real change. What we're being offered, frankly, are two parties promising the earth, and nothing much will change regardless of who gets in. Although I think the breach of trust on manifestos with the Conservatives means they're probably sunk below the waterline. New politics, fresh start. We want a revolt from the British people. That's what I'm after.
Angela Rayner.
Loves it.
Julie's swooning for Nigel.
Yeah, she's got the hots, man. She's got the hots
for Nigel. I wonder how much sex appeal Nigel has to like that demographic.
I think he's got a lot, you know. I actually think he's got a lot.
He does have I don't know. I wouldn't, but you can't imagine him actually laying down big. You know? You can't imagine him doing the deed.
Yeah, Gav B's in
I don't know,
chat.
it's something too much about the structure of his neck. I'm not sure what it is.
But he's got them eyes. Ladies like eyes.
Beautiful eyes. You could drown in his eyes. All right, let's see what
What's
they have
Gav
to
got to
say.
say? I think Nigel not getting enough time on the mic. As for the others, I am done with the mainstream parties. I have read the Reform Party manifesto contract in brackets. My vote is made up. Well, that's fair enough, Gav B.
There you go, brother.
I think that is a fair assessment to make. I think I'm swinging between, just personally myself. I don't know where you're at, Harry, but personally myself, I'm swinging between Reform and Labour. And the only reason I'm saying Labour is because there is a way to get the. To me, they're a way to get the Tories out. That's one thing.
Yep.
And also, Labour they do have some policy on energy independence, and I think that's very important. And if they do pull that off, and I do actually think Keir Starmer actually does want to do that, and I do think he can do that well. And I think that could actually be very beneficial for our country. So, as much as I disagree with a lot of Labour's stances on a lot of things, that's one thing that I could actually be very swayed by. Also, with Labour, I do think that they do have some tangible policy that I think could counteract the Tories. I do think that they for the Tories, I think that they have just proven time and time again that they're not really following through, and they've failed us so many times that I'm willing to just take a chance in that. And I know that that's maybe a bit of a wishy-washy answer, but I'm willing to just take a chance on that, mainly just because they are the only biggest opposition party for that. So there's a chance for that. I'm willing to take
Thing
that.
is, if they get in and fuck it all up, then I think at that point politics is really changed. Like I think at that point there might be hope.
There can be an accelerationist point to this where, and I said this in the last, I alluded to this in the last stream, but the accelerationist point would be, well, if we get in Labour and they fuck it all up, then that could be a clean sweep for someone like Reform after that.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Reform, I like Nigel Farage in certain respects. I don't know if I always trust him in everything, but I do like him in certain respects. I think he's given a different flavour to stuff. He does have some very tangible criticisms of the other parties. The only thing I have a little doubt about is how they're actually going to implement their policies and if they're going to be as effective as they think they're going to be. That's one thing that I am dubious about. That's why I'm kind of swinging between the two. But for me, I'm not going to go I'm not going to touch the Tories. I never have actually voted Tory ever, and I don't know if I ever would. But at this point in time, they're really not convincing me, especially with their track record so far. So
I agree with everything you said until I saw Penny. So I will actually be upsettingly forced to vote Conservative and maybe even forge a few votes for the Conservatives as well. So
I think that's completely fair enough. That's more valid than anything I said, but yeah.
Well, to be fair, it's always all about Nigel, and we've had this sort of clown personality before with Boris Johnson, who you talked about the pandemic, Penny, who was breaking lockdown rules and spending billions of pounds an army on crony contracts.
Mate, the only clown on this stage, really, realistically, has been her. Like
no, there's the Scottish one.
Oh, to be fair, yeah, okay, yeah, fair. He does take the biscuit there. But
He's taking that biscuit.
But she's been flapping in the wind for a while. Like, she's had some good things to say. She has had some good points here and there, but her whole optics is pretty bad. And she's just, I don't know. To me, when I'm thinking just as an audience, rather than just me, I'm thinking like as an audience member. When I'm looking at her, I'm just thinking like, why would anyone vote for Labour at this point? Like, if I was just going to judge my vote based on this debate, I'd be like, what are Labour even really doing? Like, the only reason I'm swinging between Labour and Reform is because I've heard Keir Starmer, I've heard her points, but I'm listening as a discerning person, as like an individual. When I think about just the normal person who's like a normal voter who is not necessarily in tune with all this stuff, to me, I would be looking at her and thinking, well, you've kind of given a weak performance. Like, why would I be voting for you? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's a bit rich of her to be saying that kind of thing, in my opinion.
Parties want your vote. They promise things. When they're elected, none of it gets
Absolutely.
done.
And Linda's absolutely right. And I was coming back to that point because that eroded people's trust. At a time when people wanted the government to do the right thing, they didn't.
Have you ever dropped any pledges?
They disrespected them. And we set out the pledges before the crash. The Tories have crashed the economy. We've been honest in this election. People talked about some of the things that they would like us to do, like the 2-child limit. We have been clear. We will not promise anything that we cannot fund, and we've been absolutely clear.
You could fund it, you're choosing not to.
The Tories have record number of tax hikes on working people of this country. Labour, if we get in, will not put taxes up for working people of this country.
And Labour won't put them up for millionaires.
Penny Mordaunt, you've had your say on this.
Has been honest.
Carla,
He said
Carla,
this week
Penny Mordaunt, thank you. Carla Denier, you're next.
He is going to put them up
Penny
by
Mordaunt,
£2,000.
we're going
Penny
to
Mordaunt does not bow down to any monarchy.
Linda, I share your frustration. When I was younger, I had little to no faith that politics had the potential to make the country a better place. But let's remember, politics at its root is about people. It's about people's lives, people's bank accounts, people's future, people's health and happiness. And that's why, after meeting some Green Party members in my 20s, I realised that the Green Party is different. That's why I joined. That's why I got involved. Now, as several of the other panellists have already pointed out, as Labour drop pledge after pledge, policy after policy, slide further and further towards the Conservatives so that you can barely get a cigarette paper between them, the argument for voting for a bit of diversity in the House of Commons becomes ever stronger. And in terms of answering your question, Linda, about parties keeping their promises, the Green Party, when I joined it in 2011, was a pretty small and young party, but we're coming of age. We have increased our number of councillors nearly 5-fold over the last few local elections, and we're grateful to everyone who's put their trust in us.
The question was about pledges. Stephen Flynn.
If we want to talk about pledges, then in a Scottish context, I can provide you with a few that have been delivered. 100,000 children in poverty are being lifted out of... 100,000 children in Scotland are being lifted out of poverty thanks to what's called the Scottish Child Payment. It doesn't exist anywhere else on these isles. The SNP has put it into place. Our young people, of course, do not pay a single penny in tuition fees. We've got something which I know the audience in Scotland would love to have, which is a nationalised water company.
Yeah, it's very disingenuous to not include why that is even the case for Scotland. Like you can even...
like they don't have to balance their budgets.
Yeah, it's like we have to supplement that. And to be fair, it's quite an unfair situation because they've levied a situation where they can get complete devolvement of their government.
And we still have to pay for shit.
And then we still have to supplement it through the tax.
Time.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, so it is a very disingenuous situation when it comes to Scotland.
Really. Are there any pledges? Are there any pledges you haven't met in government?
The SNP have also delivered nationalised rail, 40% more affordable homes than in England, 70% more than in Wales. And ultimately, it's about keeping our promise to the Scottish people. But I would actually contest. I would say the Labour Party and the Conservative Party are being very honest with you about what the future holds. The problem is, it's £18 billion worth of public sector cuts.
But you said, just not because the question was on pledges. One of your pledges, wasn't it, that you would close the attainment gap in a decade between pupils from the richest and most deprived areas of Scotland. Today, it remains considerable.
And indeed, we're making significant progress in relation to that. But of course, poverty and the attainment gap are interlinked. And the levers of power over poverty are determined by Westminster, because all roads do indeed lead back to Westminster.
Rena Pureworth.
I think Linda's question is largely around integrity and the loss of trust. I've been around politics for around 30 years, 20 of that as a journalist. And as a journalist looking from outside, I could see the apathy and I could see the cynicism. You know, the cynicism driven by Downing Street COVID parties. You know, the cynicism driven by a leader of government in Wales accepting a £200,000 payment from a convicted environmental polluter who is looking for planning permission from the government and refusing to see that that looks wrong in people's eyes. We need to rebuild that kind of trust. And two words, honesty and fairness. Honesty, you know, the unedifying rows between the Conservatives and Labour Party here on taxation this evening. We have to have honesty about taxation. We can't drive taxation forever down and expect to have high levels of public services, can we? And fairness, we have to have a system that protects people like you. Why should Rishi Sunak, on his £2 million income, largely from investments, pay less tax than you do on hard graft going out to work during the day? That's the kind of fairness, or the unfairness, I should say, within the taxation system
and I want to,
that really undermines trust.
I want to get in a word now from Daisy Cooper on this.
We heard promise after promise after promise from the Conservatives at the last general election. 40 new hospitals, 6,000 GPs, and all the rest. And the fact is that this Parliament has been characterised by law-breaking, by lying, and by the economic illiteracy of the mini-budget. And of all the things that the Conservatives have broken, the worst thing that I think they've broken is people's hope.
It's my heart.
Do you remember going back on the tuition fees pledge?
Oh!
Damn.
Was that the moderator that just
That's a sore subject for us, for sure. Like, that was a very difficult decision. But let's remember that it was the Conservatives who, in 2015, withdrew the maintenance grants for young people from the lowest backgrounds, which has now stopped many of them from going to university. Okay. But my point is that this election is about hope, and it is about change. Many of us do come into politics for the right reason. And for any of you who have seen the party political broadcast by Ed Davey talking about his experiences as a carer for his disabled son, you will be in no doubt that he is in politics for the right reason and that we are committed to fixing the NHS.
Thank you all. And I'm going to go to our next question, which is from Lucy Hobday.
What matters to you more, economic growth or successful climate policy?
Thank you very much, Lucy, for that question.
It's an interesting
Nigel Farage.
question.
Well, it depends what those climate policies are. And at the moment, we're pursuing completely unrealistic climate policies. I mean, the Labour pledge to decarbonise the grid by 2030 will not happen, just as the Conservative pledge to decarbonise the grid by 2035 will not happen. Not only is it impossible, it's actually unaffordable. So we have to be grown up and sensible. If we get new technologies that give us cheaper energy or better ways of manufacturing things, that's great. But what we're doing in this country is we're sacrificing economic growth. We've been massacring British manufacturing. And we say to ourselves, isn't it marvellous? We've reduced carbon emissions more than any other Western country, but we haven't. All we've done is to export carbon emissions when our steel works go to India, or our car manufacture moves to China or to Turkey or wherever it is. We're living in a complete fool's paradise on all of this. I mentioned earlier to the lady at the back about the cost of living. You know, we've been chucking 20% on people's electricity bills now for 20 years to pay for very inefficient wind energy. So what's really happening with net zero, what's happening with the attempt to deal with climate change, not that we can, because we produce less than 1% of the world's carbon dioxide, and the Chinese are building 80 new coal-fired power stations every year. We should not forget. We're going to need oil and gas for the next 30 years. We will be using oil and gas.
Thank you, Nigel Farage. I'm going to turn now to
be sensible
Carla
about
Denyer
what we do.
next on
Net
this
zero
topic.
is a bad policy and it's bad for people.
What matters to you more, economic growth or success?
What have you got to say about that? I think that was actually a pretty strong answer.
Very strong answer. I mean, I think he basically said economic growth, which I think is right, because, like, if you're really poor, you know, to an extreme, if you're super poor, you're just like burning cow pats for heat or something. That's bad. You only really start to care about the environment once you have food in your stomach. No one cares about the environment when they can't turn on the heating. No one's wishing. No one's worried about global warming, like if they got two malnourished kids and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think,
it goes back to what we were saying earlier about how realistically, like the global climate stuff is a in the future kind of situation. And so it seems a little nebulous to even try and go against that. But also, what he's just saying there is that we don't even produce that much emissions in the global scheme of things anyway.
I know.
So it's and we're actually exporting those things to other countries. They're actually creating the emissions that we might otherwise be emitting. So it's really just displacing the problem. It's not even really rectifying it. And he's saying that realistically, we have to have a more practical approach to the situation, knowing that we're going to be using these things to even get to a net negative or to a green energy or energy independent society. We have to use coal and oil and stuff to even get there in the first place. So we're going to be using that stuff no matter what. So we have to be realistic about
and
this.
let's be real. The next 30 years, I have no idea what the world is going to look like in 2050. But I imagine probably we won't be using wind power. We'll have some crazy shit. I mean, if 2 years ago with AI, I just feel like it's either going to kill us all or solve every problem.
It's going to be a bit of both, I think. But yeah, I just think that, like, again, like, it's the thing that annoys me is that I can get behind everything he's saying because he is being very realistic in what he's saying, but there's still no proper prescriptions about what he's really doing in that respect.
Yeah.
Or what his solutions are. Like, I totally agree with everything he's saying, but there's no through line to the other side that that really keeps me hooked, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling a little bit because I do think he's right there, but I want to hear some kind of alternate solution that he's got. But he hasn't really got anything. But to be fair, none of them have. So I suppose I can't necessarily fault him there, but...
Successful climate policy was the question. Carla Denyer.
Well, Nigel's going to keep your fact checkers busy for a little while. Nigel Farage has been misleading you. I'm an engineer. I used to work in the renewable energy sector. I know very well how wind farms work. So much of what he said there is simply untrue.
Subsidy.
Everyone knows that they can't trust the Conservatives or Reform when it comes to climate, and that's part of the reason why the Conservatives are on their way out at the general election.
Hang on, let her answer.
But what people have been saying to me on the doorsteps in my home city of Bristol and elsewhere is that they're sorely disappointed in the Labour Party too, who've rolled back on their previously flagship climate investment pledge, one of the few good policies they had left, when it's totally clear that we need to tackle the climate crisis and that doing so brings so many other benefits. Insulating our homes, a nationwide home insulation programme will bring down our bills, give us warmer, more comfortable homes.
Let me get Angela Rayner to respond to that. You've dropped that £28 billion a year green investment pledge earlier this year.
Well, we said we won't get to that point, but we will invest in our green prosperity plan because, as Lucy's question was put to us, actually, we do need to look at economic growth, and it's not divorced from also looking at climate policies. We can't ignore the fact that we do have to change. And Nigel says we have to use oil and gas, and you're right, and we've recognised that will be part of the future, but it won't be forever. So we do have to have a green transition, and that's what our green prosperity plan is all about creating those jobs, insulating homes and having our self-reliant energy needs for the future through Great British Energy.
Stephen Flynn, the SNP.
Yeah, I think it's probably worthwhile starting by addressing the question head on. Net zero is economic growth. And it's not GB energy, it's Scotland's energy. It's Scotland's wind, it's Scotland's waves, it's Scotland that's going to provide the carbon capture and storage, and it's Scotland that's going to create the green hydrogen economy of the future. The Americans are investing in it, Europe's investing in it, the Middle East and beyond is investing in it. And the UK needs to invest too. The opportunities are huge, but we have to grasp them. And I'm afraid that what we're seeing at Westminster is a betrayal of the future generations. The Labour Party walking away from £28 billion worth of investment, which would have been transformative. With the SNP, you will get that commitment to a just transition, to reaching net zero, to protect and create new jobs for the future.
And what does that mean for oil and gas in the North Sea?
And I was actually just going to come to that helpfully enough, because what Angela has said there in relation to oil and gas, so there's three positions at the moment. There's a Conservative Party position that oil and gas is going to exist forever. I'm afraid it's not, and I can say that with some certainty given where, of course, I live. The Labour Party position is to shut down the North Sea oil and gas sector, which would risk 100,000 jobs. Not my numbers, independent experts in what the Unite Union call putting people on the scrap heap. There is a sensible middle ground which allows us to invest in net zero, protect the jobs of tomorrow, and that's what the SNP are focused on.
You weren't in agreement. You didn't want to put a levy on the oil and gas companies.
That's not true, Angela.
We talked about a transition.
You're talking about people lying, and that's not true.
We recognise that we need a transition from oil and gas, and that's what the Green Prosperity Plan is all about. And that's why that's why we put the levy on oil and gas companies to then have Great British Energy, which will give us the jobs for the future, hundreds of thousands of jobs across the UK, including in Scotland, where Great British Energy's headquarters will be based under a Labour government.
I'm going to now turn to Daisy Cooper.
If I may
for
address
Liberal
that
Democrats.
directly, because it was pointed towards me, that we should not be grateful in Scotland for a headquarters. It is our energy. 100,000 jobs are on the line.
Topic at some length.
And there will be more jobs. There will be more jobs in Scotland under our plan. There will be more jobs than 100,000 in Scotland under Labour.
It's wild. There's like, it's our energy. Wow. I mean, it's windy in Scotland, yeah. It is your wind, I guess. But you were bragging about having free, like, fucking education earlier. Whose money's that? Bro.
Yeah.
We should all, let's all go our separate ways then, I guess. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's also just like, he's also not actually completely right there. When it comes to, like, using different varieties of green energy, like if you're using tidal, wind, solar, all this stuff. Wales has some of the better tidal tidal energy potential. And again, I will say that investment has to happen, and to be fair, when it comes to tidal, they have the highest potential with tidal, but it's the most expensive. So it is hard to get into that. Wind seems like cheap to get into, but doesn't necessarily give the best returns either. So you can't really bank everything on wind. Wind is not really the be-all and end-all of green energy. It's more going to be nuclear, tidal.
Why is no one talking about nuclear?
Yeah, that is actually a good point. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
It's so wild that we have all these green conversations and no one talks about nuclear energy. I don't get it. Like, Nigel was happy to say that France has got something right with healthcare. Like, they're also fucking putting up nuclear power plants and using them, and it's a good idea.
Well, I think the thing there with the Greens and Labour in particular, maybe SNP as well, I'm not 100% sure on their stance, but for a very, very long time, there's been a lot of propaganda against nuclear power plants because
and
of
I get it, because they are scary,
waste.
and if they explode, everyone dies. And I've played Fallout, bro. We don't want that shit. I get it.
It's not even that. It's not even just that. It's about like the nuclear waste and stuff. Like, I remember the big articles because we do have some nuclear power plants in the UK.
Yeah.
And when they've gotten rid of some of the waste, they've dumped them into the water, right?
And that's wild.
And people have been up in arms about it, being like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they're letting this stuff." But when you get into the details of it, what it is it's the water that they use to cool the reactors, and the water has 0.00 whatever the fuck % radioactivity to it, which is basically the same as any natural radioactivity in any given place.
Okay. Because didn't they do a study recently, and they could not find a single fish that didn't have coke in its system? I think that's legit.
I think that's just London, but
bro, London's on one, bro.
That's just the Thames. It's just every fish in the Thames is just full of coke.
Bro, I genuinely think that actually is a thing. I'm just gonna look this up. Fish with drugs in system.
So we got Gav B in the chat saying
they got opioids in 50% of fish.
Wow.
That's wild.
They do say as well with the mercury levels and stuff like that, like in the plastic levels, like don't eat fish too much because you'll be fucked health.
Yeah,
health-wise.
apparently that's legit. And also like fish that was like from near Japan and stuff after the bombings. Apparently that's legit.
We've got Gav B in the chat saying, haha, SNP want independence for Scotland and they want to join Brussels.
I know.
That does seem to be an agenda for them. It does seem to be an agenda for them, and I think I don't know if he's really been trying to push that idea in this debate, but I think that is a bit of a backdrop to their
He
position.
did have a full-on Brexit rant in the middle of this.
True. But I don't know if that was... I suppose, actually, yeah, maybe it could have been in favour of that kind of narrative, I suppose, but it didn't come off as if he was trying to say that, like, oh, Scotland, we're going to do this as Scotland, like, we're going to try and leave and become part of the EU again. It didn't seem like it was couched in that kind of idea.
Mm-hmm.
But that to be fair, that is something to consider when thinking about the SNP, because that is kind of a political backdrop to their context as a party, because that has been like a talking point for them for quite a while. So I wouldn't completely discount that. Like that might be the thing that they're not saying, you know, which is still a part of their program. So yeah, something to consider when it comes to the SNP.
Daisy Cooper in now, thanks.
The Conservatives have moved the goalposts on climate targets. And what's that done is that has brought uncertainty to the heart of business and people who want to invest in our country and our climate transition. We are facing a climate and ecological emergency, but we don't have to make a choice between economic growth and tackling the climate emergency. We can do both, hand in hand. We really can. So take the example of having a home insulating scheme, an emergency home insulating scheme. That would not only reduce our energy usage, which would be good for the climate, it would reduce our energy bills, which would be good for our pocket, but it would also create a huge raft of new jobs as well, people who could actually go around insulating our homes. So we can do both of them hand in hand, and that's precisely what we need to do.
Okay. Runa Pureworth.
Nothing's more important than looking after the environment that you will be living in future. There is not a matter of making a choice in Wales, as it happens. We can create that economic prosperity that we need to build a brighter future for our country, hand in hand with looking after the environment. It is why Plaid Cymru calls for the devolution of the Crown Estate, as has happened to Scotland, but they won't do it to Wales, so that we can invest in making the most of our natural resources, in extracting power out of the wind and the tide. It's why we need to see Wales being paid the £4 billion that is owed of the investment in HS2 rail in England. Wales is contributing towards that, even though there's not a mile of that railway in Wales. And we need that in order to drive people onto public transport through investing in connectivity in Wales. And you know what? I'm not surprised hearing the Conservatives refusing to make that commitment to Wales, but it's galling when you have a Labour government in Wales that Labour won't either.
Not giving a fuck.
Penny Mordaunt.
Yeah.
Go on, Penny. Lay down the pain.
Yeah.
Penny the pain. Give it to him.
Penny the pain giver. Let's go.
Done well, both should help the other. What is critical, though, is if you want to reach net zero by 2050, you have to do it with people. You have to ensure that people can afford to get there. If you don't do that, you will fail to reach your targets. We are going to do this at a pace that people can afford. 2050 sounds a long way off, and in this election, you're looking at the next 5 years. At the end of this parliament, if they get in, you will not be able to buy a petrol car. If your boiler goes, you'll have to spend tens of thousands of pounds on a new heat pump, other things that need to be done to your home to convert it. My constituents cannot afford that. You heard about
because of your
GB
policies.
Energy. You heard about GB Energy. This is an energy company that your money is going to be put into that doesn't produce any energy at all. It doesn't produce a jot of energy. Oil and gas. This is the insanity of Labour's policy. They are expecting a load of people to invest in oil and gas at the same time saying they're not going to expand the sector. So they're not going to get the money in. And the final thing, if you do this too fast, all you do is destroy our supply chain. We should be building supply chains in this country to produce batteries, to do all sorts of things.
Let's get Angela to
speed Labour are planning,
let Angela respond, Penny Mordaunt,
China,
to what you've
and that
said.
will kill off economic growth.
Let's hear the response.
I mean, it's astonishing.
How much energy is it going to produce?
It's astonishing because the Tories have been in power now 14
How
years.
much energy is
and
Great British Energy going to
had
produce?
an industrial strategy or a manufacturing sector in the UK that is
You
about
just said it's going to
creating-
produce
about
energy.
I've just
How
we're
much
just
energy
listen, we're just
is it
listening
gonna
to you,
produce?
Penny.
I think it's pretty important. You're flogging an energy company to these guys. You're expecting them to put their money in.
She's mid-response. Let's hear it.
Thank you. Great British Energy will be an owned company by the UK taxpayers that will bring energy, clean energy, to the country, which will bring down bills and give people good, skilled jobs.
That's a dubious claim, because if the energy company is funded by the taxpayer and they can't meet the demand or whatever, who's to know what those prices are really going to be? And if there is, depending on how they're getting their energy sources, if there's fluctuations in the market in terms of oil and coal and all that other stuff, then like that could have a massive impact on the public. You know, you've only got to look at Venezuela to understand how putting all your eggs in one basket when it comes to energy or oil production or whatever can have
Can
very...
sometimes go a little bit awry.
Yeah, it can get pretty bad if you're not careful. So I'd have to know more about the plan of what Labour are really proposing here to know how effective that's really going to be in terms of reducing prices for people on their energy bills. I think that's really a dubious claim, to be honest. It's not that I'm totally... It's like, it could be true. It could actually be true. It could work out that way. But it's just that I'm not fully convinced that it's necessarily going to be that way. So it just depends on how they're really thinking about implementing it, really, I think, is the big thing here.
We've heard from the Tories for 14 years that they were going to do something about skills and manufacturing in this country. I asked the people to look at their record, and they constantly spout these lies that we're going to stop people's cars, that we're going to do this, going to do that, when really the reason they say that is their 14 years abstract failure.
And are your green policies going to be
You
in your
have
manifesto?
failed the British people.
Are your green policies
You have
going to be in
failed
your
the British
manifesto?
people, and people can see that.
Because you currently can't afford to pay for them. And that's where that £2,000 comes from, that you're going to have to pay.
And I'm going to turn to...
on their green policies, and they're going to hit you on the cost.
And I'm going to turn to the next question at this point. And the next question comes...
Oh dear.
The
They
next...
disagree, they agree.
The next question... Let's get the next question. It's from Nick O'Donnell.
As a father with a young son about to start secondary school, I'm concerned about him going out on his own. I'm particularly worried about knife crime. How will the parties make sure he's safe?
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Donnell. So how will the parties protect future generations like Nick O'Donnell's young son who's about to start secondary school? Carla Denyer.
Nick, we all have the right to feel safe in our homes and on our streets. My home city of Bristol has seen an epidemic of knife crime. One of my colleagues' friends was one of those victims, so this strikes very close to home for me. There are obvious things that could be done in terms of making sure that there's more officers out and about, but the other parties will also, I expect, tell you that they'll be tough on crime.
How many more police officers would you want as you've brought policing into it?
Our manifesto will be out soon, but the broad points I can cover now. Tough on crime is a rhetoric that we hear a lot from other parties, but the reality is that not all crime can be tackled by being tough. And that's something that the Green councillors in Bristol, the largest council in the country that's Green-led.
So is she proposing to deal with knife crime?
Easy on crime.
To not be tough on it? Like, what the fuck is she saying?
Well, you know, what causes knife crime is poverty, brother, you know?
No.
I've been poor in my time, and my first thought was,
I need to
I'm
stab
gonna
some
stab
people.
someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It was my initial instinct, and it didn't help, but it felt...
It felt
that,
great.
I felt like God, you know, as I saw just, you know, the life leave from their eyes. A beautiful thing. And for a second, I forgot I was poor.
It's just, this is such a bad talking point. I don't know where she's going to go with this, but This is not a good talking point at all. Like, I don't. Obviously, there's a way to go about being tough on crime that isn't just like
tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. Yeah, it's probably she's probably saying some
But even the cause of crime is not just this retarded like little poverty causes crime situation. No, I've grown up in not middle class, sorry, working class environments where these things go on. I've had knives pulled on me several times in my life.
Fuck, man, I'd shit myself. I've never had a knife pulled on me in my life.
I've had it happen several times to me in my life,
bro. In Wales.
Once in Wales, twice in Leeds, where I used to live.
Bro, I've got the map of knife crime up here. So let's have a little look. Looks like the bad zones are Cleveland, West Midlands, and it just says there Metropolitan Police. So
that'll be London, won't it? That'll be London.
Yeah.
But knife crime is an issue. But it's just violent crime in general. You don't even want to just pin it on knife crime, but violent crime in general. Realistically, like my experience of all this kind of stuff is that it's less about the poverty, it's more about the abuse in the homes. It's more about how people are treated. So to me, it's more about
that's what she's saying, though, isn't it?
No,
you got to be nice.
No, it's about giving more leeway to the social services to deal with abusive parents. Looking into mothers who are abusive are heavily overlooked.
That doesn't exist
as abusers. There's lots of things that go into this. Poverty is somewhat an aspect to it, but it's not the cause necessarily. And I think that I find that a lot of the discourse around violence in society is very misplaced a lot of times, and it's because a lot of the people that are talking about it have never really had to directly deal with it or experience it in any way. I don't believe for 1 second this girl here for the Green Party, like she says that she's had one friend who has died to knife crime, but I don't know if she's ever directly dealt with people who are involved with this or the kinds of people.
She got a friend that's died to knife crime. That's good enough for me. But I reckon if someone pulled a knife out right now, she would want that person battered. You know, she would have no problem if someone with a truncheon just kneecapped them.
Yeah, exactly. And no one should. But the thing, but that's again, that's the thing is that there should be a tough on crime situation of tough on people who are legitimately committing crimes, but there should be a social worker element where they're being more robust on dealing with abuse in the home, because that's where a lot of these violent people are coming from, is abusive homes. And that's the real issue, and broken homes and stuff. So it's about mending the relationship between men and women, and it's about mending the abusive households. That's the big issue for me. It's poverty. Poverty begets violence. Like if you're violent, you're more likely to be impoverished. It's not the other way around. It's not that you're poor and therefore you're going to be violent. It's if you're violent, you're more likely to be poor.
That's interesting.
That's the big takeaway that I've learned in my lifetimes. So, but that's just something that is very difficult to get into the political sphere. So many people are married to this idea that poverty causes the violence, and I just think that's such a misguided way. And it comes from people who don't actually live in these situations. They don't actually know what these people's mind states are like. It's because their dad left them. Because their dad rejected them, or their mum was abusive to them, or whatever. Or their dad was abusive, or their dad was battering their mum in the house and stuff like that. And violence has been normalized to them. That is where the violence is really coming from. And then there's also cultural clashes and stuff like that. Those play a role as well. There's a myriad of different things, but for me, poverty is some of the least of it. It's part of it. It's part of the puzzle. But people put way too much weight on that versus other things that I think are way more important, personally. But that's just my 2 cents on the situation.
Are prioritising, because the causes of knife crime are complex, but they include the fact that a generation of young people are growing up without access to the services they need. Youth centres are being closed. services that they need to support them.
Okay.
I've
The question specifically on knife crime, which is up in England and Wales by 8% since 2019. Nigel Farage, how would you protect?
Stop and search. We know the areas in which knives are most prevalent. Stop and search.
Yeah.
And of course, we don't do it. Oh gosh, if this area has got a high proportion of people from the black and ethnic minority communities, they might call us racist. We've got to stop doing this. We've got to completely forget the colour of people's skin.
Hey, I'm going to say something controversial. If you care about black people, if you care about black people, you care about these black communities, then
you don't want them to get stabbed.
You have to police them in a certain way where that crime is. If there is higher crime in the black communities with these stabbings and stuff like that, which I think the statistics do bear out on that, if that is the case, you have to target those places. And it is a sorry state of affairs. I know that like certain people might be aggravated by being stopped and stuff like that by the police and stuff, and I do have some sympathy for that. At the end of the day, if you want less black young boys being stabbed to death in the fucking streets, then you will happily welcome this kind of thing to stop it from happening. If you're not carrying knives and stuff like that, cooperate with the police, get searched, be on your way, and fucking deal with it so that less people are fucking dying on the streets because of this fucking bullshit all the fucking time. Don't be sitting there going, oh, it's so bad the police are doing this, that, and that, and then letting all these people die on the streets. No, you're a dickhead.
I once saw a video in London of the police stopping and searching someone, and someone comes to like moral grandstand and be like, what are you doing? Why are you searching him? And then, you know, the police are just like, you know, ignoring her stuff, and she's making all kinds of accusations. And then they just pull out this massive blade off him and then just point at her like, thank you for your input.
It's just like, it's just insane. Like at the end of the day, you have to target the areas where it's happening. And if you really care about the black communities and stuff and want them to get back on track and like be living in a peaceful situation, you have to target the violent individuals. And this goes for any demographic, because in Wales, there's places where obviously it's mainly white here, and there is places where knife crime is rife, and it's mainly white people doing it. You have to target those people as well. It's not just about black people or whatever. It just so happens that in London or whatever city, that there just happens to be a higher rate of this with them. And that is just what it is. It's just the reality of the situation. If you care about it, you have to target
if you're a little old Jamaican lady, like feel bad. I feel bad for her. Like if her streets are dangerous, you got to help her out as well. It's not like
exactly because most of the people suffering from it are those people.
Exactly.
That's
and
the
I
fucking
imagine,
point.
you know, within it's my understanding that like lessering police presence amongst like that idea amongst certainly mothers within this community, I doubt is going to be like hated.
I mean, I think it's when it comes to the black community in particular, I'm very tapped into this kind of stuff, and it's very divided. Obviously, you've got a lot of the younger people who are like, I don't want police searching me and blah, blah, blah. But then you get, like you say, the mothers and the family and the other family members and stuff who have been victims of knife crime and stuff like that. That are like, no, we need these police out here to be helping us. And to be honest, I'd be way more sympathetic to be listening to them, those actual victims who want those things to be happening so that their streets can be safer. I'm way more happy to listen to them than some middle-class white motherfucker going, this is racist. No, go fuck yourself. You don't have to live with this shit, right? You're a fucking dickhead.
If there was knives, bro, I haven't had a knife fall on me. If I had a knife fall on me, my politics would shift to the right instantly. I'd be like, right, get these things off the fucking streets. This is wild.
Yeah, it's so shit. And like, I've had it happen to me a couple of times. And like, one of the guys was white. He was a Scouser. He pulled a knife on me one time. I won't go into all the full because I'll be talking for ages if I go on about it. But there was one, and then one fella in Leeds. He was an Asian fella. And then another time in Leeds, it was a white fella. But I don't really care who the race is. It's about targeting where these things are happening. And if it so happens that a community, if it's happening at a larger amount in a certain community and it happens to be black people or whatever, I don't fucking care. I don't care if it's white. I don't care if it's black. I don't care if it's Asian. Target it, because at the end of the day, these people who are innocent, who are getting targeted with this knife crime, do not deserve to have this happen to them. They just do not deserve it to happen to them. So stop with this fucking identity politics bullshit and target where it needs to happen so that innocent people can just go about their fucking lives without having to be fucking terrorized every fucking day. It's fucking disgusting, man. It's ridiculous.
Treat everybody equally, but we must do stop and search. We must do it in a very, very tough way. We have to have proper sentences. And it's but one area, isn't it? I mean, you can go shoplifting now, any of you. You can go out and nick up to 200 quid's worth without being prosecuted. We are seeing a decline, a societal decline of law and order in this country. And frankly, government and the police forces have been too scared to do what needs to be done. It's yet another area of Britain.
Recently. It was a fucking middle-class man. It was a middle-class man, like properly, like you'd assume he was like a business-looking man.
Right.
And he was just went in there with a bag and just took a load of like meal deals, like it was just go back and feed the family.
I will say sometimes people, they dress up a certain way to not be detected.
To attract less suspicion. That makes sense.
But I used to work in the co-op up here, up my end.
Yeah.
And we'd get people coming in because there's laws, right, against people in the shops, and also the shop, like a lot of the retailers, they will say do not engage with any shoplifters, right? So if someone's shoplifting, you can say, hey, put that down, but you can't actually do anything. And they know that.
Really?
Yeah, they know that.
Days.
They know that. So they will come in. We used to have people coming into the co-op, grabbing loads of booze off the shelf, putting it in a bag and walking out. And they do it right in front of us. Like literally right, I'd be stood behind the till. The booze is right there on my left-hand side, right there. I can see it in my... literally like not even a meter away, and they would come in right in front of me, walk up, grab it all, whack it in there, even with all the fucking them little things on the top of the bottles and stuff to stop you taking it and whatever.
Yeah. It just alarms going
just
off.
Grab it all, take it all out.
God.
They smash the things. We would walk out from work sometimes and see them all those grey little security things on top, smashed on the floor.
Mate, that's wild.
Mate, and they would never get caught. We'd even call the police and stuff, and they'd be like, "Okay, we take a description. We might find them. Probably not, though."
That's why the real numbers are probably way higher.
Oh, it's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Like what? Because they know they can get away. They know the laws. They know they can get away with it.
We had a traveling community come nearby, and that always coincides. It turns out with a little bit more activity in the shops of that regards.
Yeah.
And I was working in the pharmacy at the time, and this guy comes in, all right, and he's got a way oversized pair of tracksuit bottoms on, and he's taped them around the ankles. So they're tape sealed, and he just fucking clears all our toothpaste. He just goes for the toothpaste and literally takes everything we have in his tracksuit bottoms, and then it's like walking out like with just 2 legs filled with toothpaste.
It's insane, and it's mad what they rob. Because I remember I used to think that when people were robbing stuff, it was going to be the expensive stuff or whatever, and that was my perception of it when I was younger. And then when I was about, I think I was like 17, 18, I used to work in JJB. Well, I'm not going to dox myself, but in the town that I live in, right? If you remember JJB, it doesn't exist anymore, but I used to work in JJB, and it's like a sports shop for any audience members who don't know what it is. And on the high street, we used to have this what do you call it, like a walkie-talkie thing, but it was for the whole high street. So we would hear.
You had like a thing.
Yeah, so we would hear all the like security guys. We would hear them talking about what's going on in the high street, who's stealing what, who's doing what. And this is where I clocked on to how thieves actually go about doing what they're doing. And this for the first time in my life, I heard about guys going into Iceland and stealing all the meat. Right? They'd go in and steal all these steaks, and they steal all these like gammons, whatever the fuck, bacon and stuff, right? They'd steal all this shit, and they just go to pubs and stuff, and they just sell it on. And
yeah.
it never occurred to me to think that people would be doing stuff like that, but that is that was more of the crime than I thought they'd be going to the jewelry shops or the, you know, the well, maybe not the banks, but like the post office or whatever. I thought they'd be going to places like that to be trying to steal, or maybe they go to somewhere like. To be fair, we did actually get some thieves in JGB. I remember one time, I was stood at the front, meant to be watching the front. I was talking to a customer, just being like, "Okay, yeah, I'm helping you with this shoe." You know, I was trying to get them a trainer for their kid or whatever. You know, doing football or whatever. And all of a sudden, somebody runs in, grabs all the Liverpool shirts off a stand at the front, grabs them all, just lifts them, runs out.
That makes perfect sense to me.
That to be fair, that kind of thievery made more sense to me.
Let's just say they're not grabbing the Norwich shirts, are they?
They're not grabbing the Wolves shirts, are they? But yeah, no. But it was a wake up call to me as a younger man. I was like, whoa, there's like way more levels to this stuff. Like people are actually going for like weirder stuff than I would have imagined. But it actually, when you really think about it, it actually makes a bit more sense. Like, you know, especially when you think about a cost of living crisis and stuff, it makes more sense to go after these kinds of goods and stuff. So yeah, it's very weird. But when you like, just to tie it back into what they're saying, like when there's this cap on like what can be stolen, it does kind of give like a free rein to these kinds of thieves. And then this has a knock-on effect to these businesses where they can't sustain having this stuff kind of stolen, and
even just having to pay for security and stuff is a massive expense.
Yeah,
but when
and then
you
they're
get
still going to get robbed from anyway.
Out of your profits.
Even when they got the security, they're still going to get robbed from. So it's like they're kind of, there's no strong way about it. The only way it was really dealt with is when the police had a lot more discretion to deal with it. But they don't really have as much discretion to deal with it anymore because of these kind of caps on these laws and stuff. So yeah, it's just a bit of a mess really when it comes to this kind of stuff.
And needs radical surgery.
Daisy Cooper.
I know many parents who are really very scared about the safety of their children. It's not only a big issue here in London, but particularly in the home counties, on county lines, there's a big issue with knives as well. I think we need to change the model of policing, and we need to get back to good old-fashioned community policing, where the police know their communities, where the communities know their police, where community groups, where faith groups, where local families all work together and they get their intelligence from the ground up. That's been all but wiped out in parts of our country. There's been cuts of 4,500 PCSOs as well. And let me say about stop and search in particular. Stop and search can be a useful tool in some circumstances, but suspicionless stop and search, which has been used to target particular groups of people, is not valid and should not be used. So where there is a suspicion of somebody, it can be used, but it has to be used in a targeted way based on evidence, not on...
Well, it has to be targeted on the area rather than the demographic. So instead of going after like black people, it has to be targeted on like Toxteth. You know what I mean? Or
but like, I hope they don't do it like the TSA does. Like they'll do like performative searches of like a little old lady and stuff like that, just to be like, we are getting everyone. It's like, she's not a terrorist. All right, let's be real here.
Yeah, that's because
Sam
they were trying
Harris
to counteract the demographic thing.
Yeah. But that's just a wasted search.
But instead of going after demographics, you go after Tottenham.
Yeah.
You go after Hackney. Yeah, you don't. So if that happens to be that there's a greater black populace there, whatever, right? But you're targeting the area, not the colour, right? So to me, that is the better way to go. So I do actually kind of agree with her there, but you can't start crying if you're targeting certain areas where these crimes are higher, if they just have a higher demographic of certain colours. As long as you're not actually targeting the colour, that's fine in my opinion. But you can't start crying if there is disproportionate levels of different things. It just is what it is. There's just a reality to this situation. You can't be crying about it, right? You have to target areas where these crimes are happening. That is what is the big thing. So I kind of half agree with her, I think. I feel like I half agree with her here.
On profiling.
Nigel Farage?
We do know the areas in which knife crime is the most prevalent, and there is no question that we are scared.
And those are the areas with the most inequality, which is why tackling inequality is an important part of the answer.
That may be what you have to do to solve the problem ultimately, by giving people
Do we
equality
not
of
want to
opportunity.
solve the problem ultimately? Is that not the point?
But you can't give people equality of outcome. We're scared of our own shadow here. We're not going to deal with the question unless we stop being scared of ourselves.
Okay.
We go out and do what needs to be done.
Penny Mordaunt, how would you protect
wasn't the
future
greatest
generations from
response,
knife
I don't
crime?
think.
Well, over the last 14 years, if you leave out computer crime and online fraud, we have more than halved crime, 55%. And
This
we have
question
now
is
a
about knife
record
crime.
number of police. Violent crime is down by 44%.
Well, it depends what you're prosecuting,
Really?
I
That's
guess.
good.
It depends what you're
Yeah,
prosecuting.
is that prosecutions are down, or is that?
Yeah, because it just really depends on, like, because if they're saying we're not going to prosecute anything, if we're not going to prosecute anything that people are stealing from under £200, or we're not going to prosecute low-level crimes, or whatever the fuck, then, like, yeah, it's going to seem like crime's being halved, but really you're just changing the parameters of what you consider to be crime, right? So I don't know if that. I'm not sure if that's a very convincing answer. I'd have to look into the numbers and stuff like that to truly know exactly what she's talking about there. But yeah, I don't know if I'm fully convinced by that. I mean, I do think crime is down in a general sense in the trends over decades and stuff. Like, if you look at it in a long-term perspective, crime is down, but like, when we're talking about crime that is happening, regardless of how much crime there is, in terms of just crime that is happening, we have to be more vigilant on that. And I think they have been dropping the ball on that a lot. So, yeah, I don't know if the Tories have been doing the greatest.
But we have hotspots and knife crime in particular. London is top of the list. We have put more police on the streets. We have met our manifesto commitment of 20,000 more police officers. We have record numbers. And where you have Conservative police crime commissioners, like my area in Hampshire, you have local bodies on
Actually,
the
West
beat.
Midlands has the highest rate of knife crime.
Absolutely.
And that has had
that's a Labour police crime commissioner.
That did
as
until
well.
recently
If you
have a
are-
Conservative mayor.
If you are in, but he wasn't responsible for police. There was a police crime commissioner, and it was Labour.
Penny.
If you live in a Labour area, you are 40% more likely
Good
to be
point.
a victim of crime. That is a shocking
That's a
statistic.
good stat.
We need more police, and we need police who are embedded in communities that can follow up with people. If kids are doing stuff, they follow up with the school, they follow up with the parents. That's what Conservative police crime commissioners are doing. In Hampshire, we've got 600 extra officers. Every single one of my wards has a named Bobby.
Okay.
People know, build up intelligence. That is how we get crime down, and we have got it down by 55%.
Angela Rayner?
They need to get rid of those
Well,
lame
Nick, thanks for
yellow
the question,
jackets they're
and
making the police
I
wear
think
now.
our young
I
people
want
don't feel
those
safe
black,
either at
like,
the moment,
you know,
never
with
mind
the
us as
wool,
parents.
black hat. That is cool.
To be fair, there is an element of the psychological element of police, and like, if they can look intimidating, that can be a deterrent in of itself. Like,
Yeah,
you
but a high-vis jacket isn't intimidating.
that's what I'm saying. No, I'm agreeing with your point. Is that, like, if you make them look a bit like a joke, then they're not going to be taken as seriously. If
To
you
be
make
fair,
them look
I am advocating somewhat for making them look like a joke. But...
But yeah, I can't, like, you know, these high vis stuff. It does make them look a bit daft sometimes.
yeah, them. You know, how are they going to sneak up on crime if you're in high visible? Like the armed ones look fucking tough as nails.
True.
I want, you know, they look with the sleeveless stuff
Yeah.
and all of that. And they look hard as nails. But I want our bobbies walking around in their nice hats. That is, you know, people say we're losing culture. I want the bobby hats back. It's too cool, man.
They are.
Hello.
Right, I'm gonna run to the toilet very quickly.
This guy needs to piss all the
I
time.
know, yeah, I broke the seal, mate. It's I should not have done that, but I have done it. But yeah,
see
everyone
that.
that's still in the chat at the moment, if you give a like and subscribe, if you want to have a quick chat to Harry in the chat, give your opinions on the debate so far, give a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I will literally just be 2 minutes. Back in 1 sec.
Well. Coming to an end of this. It's been a good time. Had a nice one. And it's been a real joy to watch with you guys. I love you all dearly. I am your close and personal friend. I want to see what plant the missus is gone. She went out for a microwave, came back with a massive house plant. I bet she dropped a bomb on that thing. God damn. Every time base centrist goes, I just start mouthing off about me missus. I'm a boring person, to be honest. Oh well. I wonder if our main man Gav B is still here. What does centrist talk about? I'm gonna have to rewatch because I reckon he just gets straight into the meat and potatoes, political analysts, all that sort of stuff. But usually he's just pissing. But when it's you and me, things get real relaxed. This becomes a therapy session instantly. I hope you're all doing great. Who are we looking at? Angela there. Not the best picture of her.
All right, let's get.
And I say that I've got a 15 and 16-year-old sons at home. And I think it's really sad when I go around my schools and I talk to young people, they're frightened of what they think is crime on their streets. And young people who are worried about knife crime generally tend to carry a knife to protect themselves, but are more likely to actually be involved in knife crime because of that. We've got to educate our young people, and that means that we've got to have those neighbourhood police. We've had them cut. We said we'd put 13,000 more neighbourhood police on the street. Penny talked about 20,000 police officers. They cut 22,000. That's a minus 2,000 in my mathematics. So they haven't protected.
That's not true. We've got a record number of police officers.
We have seen the decimation of our neighbourhood policing, and actually when police are in the neighbourhoods, they get to know the young people, they can work with them.
Well, that's like a kind of give and take position, because Penny's saying that we've got a record number of police on the streets right now, but over the past 5 years or so, Angela is correct in saying that those amount of police have been cut. That one of the reasons why there was a spike in crime, especially violent crime, is because of that lack of police for a while. And now they've only just started to rectify that because they realised, cutting the police wasn't a great idea. So it's a bit of a shit point for the Tories. It's a bit like, oh yeah, we've started sorting it out now, but like, well, why did you not realise this was going to happen in the fucking first place, you stupid dickhead? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it is a mark. It is, to me, it's a mark on their record, to be honest.
And we can really get our young people feeling safe on the streets again, because I think that is one of the real scandals at the moment, is our young people feel that they will be protected if they carry a knife. That is completely untrue, and we've got to educate them and make them feel safe again.
Rena Pureworth.
Penny Mordaunt was referring to some areas having higher levels of crime than others. Let's be straight about it. It's areas which are suffering most poverty that will suffer the highest levels of crime. It is people who have less hope who are most likely to end up leading criminal lives. I absolutely agree that we need to look back through the education system. We have to make it very, very clear to our young people that there can be zero tolerance on knives. I was attacked as a teenager. Luckily, no knives. My son was attacked a couple of years ago. Again, luckily, no knives involved. But it makes me too very, very worried about the future for young people. But for us in Wales, what's absolutely key is that we bring the decision-making closer to communities such as yours, so that we can see the devolving of justice and policing, so that we can devise systems that work for Wales. Angela's Labour colleagues in Wales agree with me on that. Again, Labour at a UK level, hoping to become the next government, say no chance.
Briefly, Carla, before I turn to Stephen Flynn.
I didn't really make
I've signed the Citizens UK pledge for a counsellor in every school to help with young people's mental health and with youth violence. Will the others on the panel today join me?
Well, we already committed that we'd have mental health services in schools. That's one of our commitments.
Yeah, they want
Stephen
a mental
Flynn,
health
on the,
professional
broader
in every
question of
single
policing.
school in the UK.
I don't know
There's
where
only-
they're going to even get that from.
Not even where they're going to get the money. Where are they going to get the mental health professionals?
That's what I meant. I didn't mean the money. I meant, like, where are they going to get the people to do that?
I think there's only about how many mental health professionals in the UK?
And a lot of them are probably private, right? A lot of them are probably like doing private therapy and whatever. Like,
oh, there's shitloads of them. We got 96,000 of those motherfuckers.
Yeah, but we've got 60 million people.
How many schools? Probably not even that many.
There's like
32,000 schools.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Oh, that's
mate.
wild.
That's not gonna happen.
That is a lot. That's you're recruiting more. You want to recruit more mental health professionals for schools than you do armed service personnel.
Yeah, there's no way that's gonna. It's just insane. Like again, it's a virtue signal kind of policy that they're giving.
Police officer numbers in Scotland are at the lowest level since 2008. Now, police in Scotland are not investigating every low-level crime.
And thankfully, of course,
Scotland
Nick,
is a
in
criminal
relation to your
cesspool.
direct question,
Indeed.
if I remember the figures correctly,
They were the knife crime capital of Europe for a while.
Oh, baby, Glasgow holding it down.
Yeah.
Knife
there you
crime in
go. We
Scotland is
definitely put a
comparatively
lot
low
of stop and search in
compared with many
Glasgow.
other areas. Now, that's not to be complacent, because as a dad, I share your concerns. I worry about what the future holds for my kids. But ultimately, the solution lies in what Reen has said. What we need to do is make sure that we are investing.
Also, it's a little disingenuous when some of them are talking about their own kids, because they're probably in some kind of private school,
Yeah,
some kind of nice
100%.
school. Like this guy, his kids are not going to some fucking comprehensive, normal public school where there is a lot of these problems. His kids are probably going to some nice fucking school where they don't have to deal with any of this shit. So, not gonna lie, it's a little disingenuous. Like, I'm worried about my kids. Like, I don't think you're fucking worried about your kids. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's a
in the areas that need support the most. Poverty is a major driver behind this, and Westminster has failed generations of young people by not providing them with the hope for a better future. So they turn to violence when they perhaps shouldn't. And I think that's something we should all reflect upon going into this general election, where £18 billion.
I'm not going to keep talking.
£18 billion. Is he still? How did he tell? Yeah, okay, bloody hell.
I just hate this fucking thing of like, they're in poverty, so they turn into violence. It's like, it's the logic is not there. The causality is not there. It's just not there, and they're not addressing the root issues of what it is. And that just says to me they're not actually invested in what is going on. They just take the little, the headlines or the little study, like the various studies that back up their little bias or whatever. But it's not. There's no study that has ever found a causal link between poverty and violence. They find a correlation, but they never find any causal link. Never find any causal link. So it's a completely disingenuous point, and I fucking hate it. It's so annoying. As a working class person who's lived in places like this that has had this kind of stuff going on, it's a very disingenuous point, and it's one of the things that really rubs me up the wrong way.
Public sector cuts are coming down the line, and the future Labour government has no answers.
But this question was about how the parties are going to protect future generations, like Nick O'Donnell's son. How can he feel confident of that if someone in a similar position in Scotland see the police not investigating every crime?
Well, of course, as I've already outlined, as I understand it to be the case, serious knife crime instances in Scotland are comparatively low in comparison to elsewhere. But our police officer numbers are, of course, still higher than when we came into government, again, if I understand correctly. But there's a wider picture to be had here, and that means police officers working with local communities, working with schools, working with our young people to offer them hope and optimism for the future. And I'm afraid that Westminster doesn't offer that hope and optimism right now.
Okay.
I will say, though, about Scotland, because they had incredible amounts of knife crime for a long time, back in the early 2000s and stuff. And the way they brought it down was some of the stuff that he's talking about. So having these kind of embedded police in the communities and in schools and stuff did help a lot. They also targeted, obviously, particular areas where that knife crime was more abundant. And they were very tough on it, to be honest. They were very, very tough on knife crime, and it brought it down dramatically. Dramatically. They did a really good job on it. But it wasn't with this namby-pamby kind of leftoid version of trying to deal with it. It was a lot more in line with like the kind of New York style of dealing with violent crime, where it was a lot of stop and search. It was a lot of targeting particular bad areas. It was embedding the police in schools and stuff and following up with people and stuff like that. They had a very clear plan, and it worked very well. But it was fundamentally a tough on crime kind of policy that won out in the end. And you know, it's a bit annoying to me that they're not really bringing that to the front, that was actually the case, because that is what it was. So, you know, but they're kind of obfuscating that point.
Nigel Farage.
Yeah, look, you know, again, I just think our whole approach to crime is wrong. Low-level crime is rapidly growing. Street-level crime is rapidly growing. And you know, the old theories about New York and how it was cleaned up, it was if you deal with the stuff at the bottom, i.e. people carrying knives, shoplifting, graffiti, broken windows, you might just deal with the more serious stuff. I think we also should add into all of this the blight of drugs and drug gangs in our cities. That whole culture, it has been absolutely disastrous, and nobody has yet found the answer to that.
Okay, well, that was our final question, so I'm going to thank you all for your responses to all of those here in the audience who have shared their questions with us. But it is time now to go to the party's final thoughts. And for that, they have been given 30 seconds for a final thought from each of them. And the order of those final thoughts, those final statements, was chosen earlier by lot. So let us go to the first of those, and it's from Angela Rayner.
After 14 years of chaos, it's time for change. Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party. Our fully costed plan for Britain will secure our economy, will bring down NHS waiting times with 40,000 new appointments every week, and will secure our borders, not with gimmicks, but with a credible plan to smash the gangs. We'll create Great British Energy, bringing down bills and creating thousands of well-paid jobs. We'll boost neighbourhood police to tackle antisocial behaviour, and we'll hire 6,500 new teachers. So if you want change, vote Labour.
What do you think about that statement?
I mean, it's exactly what I would expect to hear.
Yeah,
but
a little weak.
Yeah,
in
no,
my
I didn't think
opinion,
it was very inspiring.
It wasn't super inspiring. Yeah, it was a little weak. In the wake of this debate, I think that was a little weak on Labour's part, to be honest.
Stephen Flynn.
The Tories are finished, so the choice is simple. Who do voters best trust to put Scotland's interests first in Westminster? Now, in the SNP, we know what it is that we believe in. Investment in our NHS, action on the cost of living crisis, rejoining the European single market, and creating economic growth by delivering on net zero. Unlike the Labour Party, we will never, ever get comfortable with the Westminster status quo, and we will always fight for Scotland's right to choose its own future. So on the 4th of July, vote to put Scotland's interests first. Vote SNP.
Carla Denyer.
We can all see the Tories are toast, thank goodness. But we deserve better than a Labour Party that is offering more of the same. Angela says that Keir has changed the Labour Party, and she's right. He's changed them into the Conservatives. Frankly, our children deserve better.
Bullshit.
The Green Party is on the cusp of breaking through in seats up and down the country. Green MPs will never stop defending our future, protecting our NHS from privatisation and pushing the next Labour government to do better. We deserve real hope and real change. Vote Green.
Rena Pureworth.
This evening, I've been able to stand up for Wales, yes, but also for a different kind of politics that hopefully has been able to feel relevant wherever you are. My vision is a positive one. This isn't as good as it gets. The Conservatives are gone. They are finished, and it can't come quickly enough. But there is a real chance here to send Labour a message too. Stop taking Wales for granted. It is true that communities throughout the UK feel as if they are being ignored. Well, I won't let Wales be. So vote Plaid Cymru on the 4th of July.
Penny Mordaunt.
We've come through tough times, and now there is a choice to be made.
Penny. Well, I'm going to come.
You can choose Angela Rayner and Keir Starmer and get higher taxes, higher bills, and have your pension raided. Or you can stick with us and the plan that is working. We will cut your taxes. We will protect your pension. And we will defend this nation. For a more secure future, vote Conservative.
Everything she just said, I feel like the opposite would happen.
Our
but
country
Yeah,
is
100%.
crying out for change, and it's
The
not
Rizmaster
hard to
General
see
Daisy
why.
Cooper.
Under this Conservative government, everything feels broken. Nothing works. Under Ed Davey's leadership, the Liberal Democrats will fix our NHS and social care, tackle the cost of living crisis, and put an end to the scandal of filthy raw sewage being dumped in our rivers and streams. Every vote for the Liberal Democrats is a vote for a fair deal and a vote to help deliver the change that we all so desperately want and need.
Nigel Farage.
Unlike the other six, I don't need an altar cue. I'm here because I believe in what I believe in. Our politics isn't working. You've heard these pathetic arguments tonight between the two big parties. Really, there isn't much difference. But electorally, Labour are going to win. The debate is who forms the opposition in the next parliament? Who fights for the rights of ordinary British people? Who fights to control our borders? Who fights for men and women running small businesses? Reform UK is about to become a political phenomenon, an historic one. So I urge you, join the revolt.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
good.
Thank you all.
Yeah, that was a good last statement from Farage there, I think. I
Yeah,
think he
it
could have
was
gone a
good.
little
It was.
harder, but I guess he didn't have enough time.
I don't know. I think he's probably sensible to come across not crazy, not extreme. Just be, look, I'm actually not that bad. I'm a normal person. I'm not going to do anything insane. I want what you want. I can definitely understand like what he wants.
I think
Or
more.
like, I can understand why
I
he's
think
gone
more
for
in the
that.
case of like he could have gone harder against the other parties, but he did give some good jabs that I think would resonate.
I
Quite
thought he
well.
was going to be a little bit more Trumpian
Mm.
in his style on that. I thought he would go, primary Trump. I thought we were going to see
Primary school playground.
Yeah,
style.
I like the slippery Sunak though.
The
He did
Tories
throw
are all
that in.
doo-doo heads, and
He should have had one for every single one of them.
yeah. I think it's a shame Farage didn't get more mic time. It seemed like the Green Party got a lot more mic time than he did.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of a shame because everything they had to say was generally bullshit, to be honest.
Wild. Yeah.
SNP got a little bit more time as well than they really needed to, especially when they are not really relevant to the broader country.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's like, Plaid Cymru did a good enough for what they need to do.
I was really actually impressed by Plaid Cymru.
Yeah, to be fair,
I thought that guy was really good.
Yeah, he didn't wow me in the sense like, oh, he's like a groundbreaking politician, but he didn't
I'm
like.
gonna stop taking Wales for granted.
At the very least.
Vow.
At the very least. Yeah. But
that was the only thing that could have happened. Was I didn't even realize I was taking Wales for granted, but I was. I really was. I actually genuinely was.
But I appreciate him to a certain degree. I think he did a good enough job for what he wanted to do. I think he probably has solidified some votes within Wales. So I think he probably has done a good job there for his own party. But realistically speaking, he's kind of irrelevant to the national conversation.
Yeah. Anyway, brother, it's been an absolute joy doing this with you.
Let's get it wrapped up. Let's get it wrapped up. Just very quickly before you go. Because we said this on the last one, has your predictions changed on the election results? What do you still think about like where this is going to be after this debate?
I don't think Reform is going to do as well after I saw that debate. I think the only way it does well is to become absolute meme central. I think he needed internet clips because I think it's going to be a very young voter base for him, or surprisingly young. And I don't think it looked great for Labour either. To be honest, I think maybe Conservatives came out on top in this debate. Obviously, they're going to get destroyed. Everyone just clowned on them at the end, like they're gone. It's over, and it is over. But my winner today was Penny, Queen Penny.
I think I would somewhat agree. I think Penny came out on top just optically. I think she came out more powerful, had more presence. I think she did better than most of the other people on the stage. I think the second place though would probably go to Nigel.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think Nigel did good enough with the time that he had allotted to him. I think
His was by far the least boring. Every time he spoke to was the least boring.
Yeah.
Like it was the most easy to pay attention to. And also he was actually saying things that were different. Like literally everyone said roughly the same thing. And then he kind of had something that at least seemed to appeal to common sense and a lot of issues.
Yeah,
It kind of
Go on, sorry. Go on.
No, I had nothing.
Oh, well, yeah, I would agree that like he had something a little bit out of the box, like trying to say that like we should try and have an NHS that maybe models other European countries that are doing stuff better than us and stuff. He had some stuff that was a little bit out of the box that I think was a bit more interesting to listen to. So yeah, I think it oscillated between them. I think Labour did okay enough, but like the woman that they had, that particular person, just wasn't delivering that message well enough. So that unfortunately, even though the words she was saying and the things that she was actually saying, if you're a discerning person, were not necessarily bad, it's that her delivery and her presence as a person wasn't great. So I think that wasn't that kind of probably worked against them really.
Yeah, Angela Rayner did like Riz. She did like Riz.
Yeah, she did. So okay.
Unlike the Lib Dem lady, Daisy.
I like Daisy. I don't care about her politically, but I just want to go for a drink with her. But I want to go. I want to go to the gay bars with her.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be a good time.
But okay, so we'll wrap it up. But thank you to everyone that tuned in. It was a good stream.
So much,
it was a much better stream than we had last time. Thank you to everyone that got involved in the chat. Obviously, everyone that wants to get involved in the comments, give your opinions on where you think this election is going. We'd really like to hear what you have to say. Give a like and subscribe and all that good stuff. We'll be back again with the next election debate. I don't know exactly what date that will be. We may try to do it live if we can schedule that, but if we can't, we may do it the day after. So just keep your eyes open for that. But yeah, thank you to everyone that tuned in, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you very much.
Love.